Welcome back to the channel, everyone. And today we'll be reacting to, I guess, a video from a creator called Swoop. It's called The End of Illuminati. She has always been this way. The only reason we're doing this specifically is because I got my first super thanks, I guess, is what you call them. And it was a request linked to that. So... I'm not normally part of the drama channel network. So and if I do watch more drama channel related stuff, it's going to be sporadic. I'm not going to stay up to date. I'm not going to get involved in all the nonsense that happens on the drama networks, but we may react to some of their stuff. And this one is more of an essay, so I'm a little bit more comfortable watching this. And obviously you can skip to the reaction versus listening to my dumb face. But yeah, we're going to watch this one, and it's 2 hours long. Now, I know a little bit about the Illuminati drama. I know she apparently is a content creator that has, like, a team of people, and they, like, mass produce a lot of stuff, drama. So they were doing, like, 3 dramas a week or something like that. They were kind of like an essay channel, but apparently they were stealing a lot of their stuff. I mean, it's YouTube. Unless it's an actual documentary, you know, stealing content's iffy. But we're not going to get into that mess. But I guess the other thing is they then went out of their way to then accuse a copyright lawyer of plagiarism, which is the pot pot calling the kettle black in this case. So yeah, that's about all I know. But apparently it's a lot worse. So let's get into it.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Okay,
is that Illuminati or Swoop? Because if that's Illuminati, that's actually really funny. Oh man, it's like those horrible like YouTuber apologies. The best apology is to not apologize on YouTube. Just ignore it. Always do the Sunny V2 approach. If you do something stupid on YouTube, literally ignore everyone and keep going. Now, if you do something in real life versus just YouTuber beef, like for instance, if you abuse your employees and family and things like that, yeah, that's a whole different problem.
Not really a nice way that I can actually say this.
What you did was unacceptable.
I'm going to show you every receipt I have that not only combats, disproves, or proves my claim.
You're supposed to help people.
You lied. An alt account called dubious. So this...
Is this guy's regular voice? That's a weird voice. It sounds like it's sped up though.
This is actually Blair. Here is the same account, dubious that was relentlessly harassing myself.
Oh, okay, so you're saying Illuminati has alt accounts and they just faked random stuff against other YouTubers? Okay, that's a different type of low.
My friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, you name it. You name it.
The only kind of person who could slander
Okay, what's with all these people and eyeballs on all their mics?
their friends like this is someone who is darkly unremarkable.
Good luck, Blair. Good luck to you. Don't call me.
That guy, I forgot which way. Okay, this guy. Is that Tommy C? He ran a, like, I know he has like a podcast kind of show now, but he also ran like a weird kind of news channel way back in the day. It was like Shop to the Point or something like that.
I'm sure you all know why we're here. We are
Okay, I don't know who this person is, but aside from the amazing blue hair or teal or whatever the heck this is, look at this crazy eye necklace thing. What is this? That's insane. Oh, man.
gathered here today in what might be the most comprehensive deep dive that I've done to lay to rest once and for all the pyramid-shaped, scandal-plagued corporate...
So I thought Illuminati though was like a faceless channel. I didn't know they actually is this Illuminati or I guess her actual name is Blair, but I guess there's also, I did a little bit of research into this, so I wasn't going in 100% blind. But is Blair even her real name? Because there's like a bunch of like weird conjecture on whether or not that's her actual name and that she may have changed it at some point.
Casket of Blair, aka a YouTube creator who goes by the name Illuminaughtii.
Hello and welcome to Dark Dives. I'm the Illuminaughtii. Hello everyone and welcome to the corporate casket.
So grab your magnifying glasses because we're getting up close and personal.
We are witnessing in real time a YouTuber downfall like we haven't seen in years because the grave that Illuminaughtii has dug for herself is immense. Let me see this in one breath. Stalking, harassment, wage theft, creating a company town, sabotaging other creators, lying, backstabbing, abuse, plagiarism, ableism, sock puppet accounts, weaponizing mental health, victim blaming, and just overall being a terrible...
Okay, so yeah, this is definitely above and beyond something like the internet anarchist just lying about something on a documentary. I'm not saying that the internet anarchists ever lied about anything on their documentaries. I'm just pulling some random essayist out of the hat. Creating a company town. The only person I can really think of that could actually probably do that from a cost standpoint would be like Mr. Beast. There's no way Illuminaughtii makes enough money to pull that nonsense off.
Person behind closed doors, and it all started with an accusation of plagiarism. Which might have you thinking every angle of this story has already been covered, right? And yet, that's not all there is to the story.
I have seen your Twitter and the bull you've been spewing on there. So if you want to try me, okay?
What you just heard...
Okay, creators and people in general on the internet need to realize one thing. If you say something on Discord, over the phone, you know, whatever you're doing, it is all recorded, people. This is permanent, and it's all, you can find it all again. It's almost impossible to delete everything. And this is where a lot of creators really screw up, especially the creators in the drama channels who then try to delete their old history. This is especially a problem for the people who are ultra left and ultra right. But then at one point we're on the opposite sides and they tried to delete everything in the past. Well, you can't delete everything.
Was a portion of a phone call that Illuminaughtii had with her ex-boyfriend in which she allegedly threatened him after he calls her out for something as simple as talking about him on Twitter. Yeah, like as you'll see when we break this entire story down, that just...
All right, people get into Twitter wars all the time, and those things are brutal. I can totally see that not being an innocent little back and forth. I could see both of them being in the wrong for this one.
When you thought the Illuminaughtii well couldn't go any deeper, bitch, there's an ex-boyfriend with a truly heartbreaking and shocking story of manipulation. And I managed to get in touch with him to find out more in an exclusive interview, which I will share with all of you today. This is the story of Illuminauttii's fall from grace, a content creator once renowned for her work exposing corporations and scammers, to someone who has now been exposed for her own alleged evils, a new creepshow art, if you will, including some possible criminal activity. And the craziest part about this story is literally none of it needed to happen. None of it. So y'all get ready for one of the wildest rides.
What are you talking about? It all needed to happen. If you have a crazy creator that's doing actual illegal stuff outside of YouTube with a bunch of other people being in the crosshairs, absolutely this had to have come out. And from what I understand is there's still information coming out like every week because she's in like multiple lawsuits now. Although I think at least 3 of them are ones that she started.
Because like Harry Styles, bitch, we going in deep. But first, oh hi there, hello, hi, it's my face again, Swoop! Y'all, we're gonna do the theme song at the end because we got too much to cover. If you're seeing me for the first time, welcome. I make documentaries and short films on unsolved cases, true crime, and social media influencers who abuse their power and manipulate audiences.
I like the sweatshirt. It just says petty on it.
Because as I always say, it's not drama, it's dangerous. We also dig deeper into the root psychology, and sometimes we take it to Petty University. Okay, we are in full...
Okay, so this is actual swag for the channel. Okay, never mind. Yeah, go buy stuff on Swoop's channel. I'm sure she deserves it. I mean, she made a 2-hour documentary, and from what I understand is a lot of her docs are really well researched, which is surprising. It's YouTube.
full uniform today because, honey, y'all know petty is my coping mechanism for asshats, okay? So if you want to join the Petty University community, all are welcome, and you can grab your exclusive Petty University apparel. The shop is linked below as always. Also, are you following me on Instagram? Please come join me on Instagram. That's where I post most often.
All right, so far though, video editing, compared to mine, we'll put mine at a 1 and out of 100, and we'll put hers as like 96.
Okay, real quick, and then we're going to dive right in. A huge thank you to today's sponsor, Kenzie, who I am so beyond stoked to partner again with. I think you will love them. If there is one thing I hate in this world, it is shaving. Honey, I cannot stand it. The time, the razor bumps, those little toilet paper squares stuck to the...
So it's interesting. It's rare to see a lot of sponsors on essay type channels that are usually bashing other creators that potentially they've worked with. So that's interesting.
The cuts, get it away from me. So instead of all of that hassle, I've been using and loving the Kenzie IPL handset for over a year now. Honey, you deserve it. Okay, we're ready to dive into this. As always, all of these statements are alleged. I will be sharing...
I always found it interesting to see a lot of content warnings on certain types of channels. I guess it makes sense. I don't know if you'll ever see that on my channel. Probably not. If you don't like my stuff, I react to a bunch of random stuff. One day it'll be animation, another day it'll be this. But yeah, if any of this bugs you, probably shouldn't watch this one.
Others and my opinion based on the publicly available information and research. Please form your own opinion. Do not spread any hate. And let me know your thoughts in the comments on this one. I am very curious.
All right, I will say that's one thing that has always bugged me about specifically drama YouTubers in the majority of in the sphere is a lot of them will be like, they'll go on these huge crusades that are an hour long about how much of a terrible person someone is, and then they'll be like, don't spread hate. It's okay. Just don't go spread hate. And I'm like, you have a parasocial group of people that follow you, and the first thing they're going to do is go to whoever you were just last talking about and just slam their page with hate. That's all they're going to do. You can tell them not to do it, but that's not how it works. You're better off just not saying anything and hoping that they just forget about it. Because the moment you tell them not to go do something, I could have, let's say all 4,000 of my subscribers could go on a rampage against another small YouTuber, just freaking out if I create a drama thing about them. And that's the biggest annoyance I see from channels like this. And I'm not saying that she's, terrible. She's, covering the bases there. If she can, YouTube probably has something in the guidelines that says if you incite something that you can ban your channel. So maybe that's it. But I swear that bugs the heck out of me.
To know what y'all think. Okay, let's dig in.
Blair had started her scheming pretty early in her YouTube career when she fell into the commentary space. Something Blair would prefer you forgot about, actually, is her time here.
So who is Illuminati? Well, I'm first going to do my best to answer that in as fair and balanced a way as possible. So the name that Illuminati goes by online when she's not posting to her channel is Blair Zonia. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I can't even figure out if that's her actual real name, because there's a lot of like random conjectures thinking that that's also a fake name, or more specifically, she changed her name.
Now, it's not her real name, but Blair is a lot easier to spell out than Illuminati. I mean, honestly, how the hell is it spelled anyways? Okay, I've tried. I get it wrong like every single time. There's like 2 U's in one word and 5 I's?
Yeah, when I first was looking this up, because when someone messaged me on that super chat, I was like, that's not how you spell Illuminati. And I looked at it, I'm like, what the heck? This is the dumbest name I've ever seen. And then you look at my name, and I'm like, okay, maybe not. There are dumber names.
And honestly, as you'll find out, you can't spell Illuminati without a whole lot of L's, okay? I'm just stating the obvious. It's just, where's the lie? Sorry. Okay. I couldn't help myself.
Catchy.
Dad humor numbs the
name.
pain. Anyways, so Blair's channel has existed since 2013 and is a bit of a deep dive channel that focuses explicitly on exposing corporate malfeasance. And yes, I use the word malfeasance because I am a learned bitch. So there's a specific niche for what Blair does, and it's called the anti-MLM content. Now,
I mean, I looked at a lot of the stuff on the channel, and a lot of it's just like a lot of the essay stuff. And yeah, some of it's anti-MLM, but a lot of it's just deep dives into things that have failed, like the Fire Festival. When I say deep dives, they're 20 minutes long. This is a deep dive. This is 3 hours.
To understand what I am talking about, I'll give you like 2 quick definitions. So first, when I say MLM, I'm referring to multi-level marketing. Investopedia describes this as a strategy used by some direct sales companies to sell products and services.
Amway. Amway's the only one that I can think of that's like a legit MLM. I think my dad used to work for them, not as part of their network, but like on the tech side, before they became a horrible thing. Well, actually, they've always been a horrible company.
MLM encourages existing members to promote and sell their offerings to other individuals and bring on new recruits into the business. Many MLM schemes are legal, but there are also illegal operations that are run as pyramid schemes. It's the pyramid scheme of it all that fostered a massive community on the internet.
We should do a deep dive into all the symbols on a dollar. There's a lot of random stuff hidden in the U.S. currency, which is pretty entertaining.
Of what's known as anti-MLM content, which is exactly what it sounds like. Content that seeks to educate people on the problems with MLMs. But, some of the biggest anti-MLM content creators include people like Cruel World Happy Mind.
Okay, so I've heard of Cruel World Happy Mind. One second, let's go back. I knew them when they were a smaller channel, like 50K subscribers. I don't remember if I actually watched any of their stuff. I remember them being mentioned in another series due to some other drama. My guess is we're going to find out it's all Illuminati's fault, but I thought it was something else. I thought it was a different group.
Mooncat, I don't know if I'm saying that right, and Illuminati, who might be one of the, if not the biggest creators in the genre.
Okay. Illuminati sure as heck doesn't have 1.5 million subscribers anymore. They lost like 400,000 subs. And the rest of them might be dead subscribers because their videos are, not getting any major views. And as far as I know, they haven't uploaded in like 2 months. So the channel might actually be dead. Now, to be fair, a dead channel can still make money. Just not enough to pay for employees.
She's released over 500 videos, and more than half of those have been released in just the last year and a half. And to be fair, if that sounds a lot like a content farm, it kind of does to me too. A content farm is defined as a website or company that creates vast amount of content that is usually...
Oh, it's a reaction channel. Just for MLMs.
Duplicated and low quality, written specifically to fulfill algorithms. The main goal of a content...
there's a difference though. Reaction channels never ever hit algorithms correctly. Our stuff is just garbage.
And farm is to create online advertising revenue through attracting reader page views. But to be even more fair to Blair, she insists that she is quite diligent with the accuracy of her research, which would mean it's neither low effort nor low quality.
I have to use a pastebin document because I have anywhere 30 to 70 sources per video. I don't play around.
I don't know. I mean, sources in a YouTube video honestly don't matter. They do matter if you're being sued by a major company that has copyright claims on it. Then it could matter, but this is not a and this is where like the H bomber guy video kind of falls. This is not. It's not a research paper. It does not require, from an academic standpoint, citing any of your sources. It's why reaction channels get away with a lot of stuff too. We are not required to actually tell you where the original video came from. Now, I put it in my link because I want to, but I'm not required to. I could just take a video, react to it, and not say anything. I could put in I could make up a brand new title, and that would be it. But this is having sources, while nice, isn't a requirement for a YouTube video. It's not a publication. That's where they're actually required. It's not a research paper where it's required. It's a YouTube video. She still might be a jerk, stealing from other creators and whatnot without, giving them credit, but it's not technically a requirement. It's just isn't, which is stupid, but it also depends on what country you're in too, though. It is a requirement in a lot of countries, but if you're basing it off of fair use in the US, it's such a huge gray area that honestly almost no one understands what it is. Even watching Legal Eagle's video on how reaction channels are likely in the wrong, it doesn't help because YouTube's like, we don't care.
And just plucking any of her videos at random, heading to the description and clicking on her sources link will in fact reveal a paste bin link with a few dozen or more sources for almost every video. What it also reveals though is that, surprise, surprise, Blair has an entire team she's working with of writers.
So the problem though with the paste bin links is, okay, so you put a link in there, right? Unless you're actually putting where in the video at what timestamp that part of the source came from, it's a completely useless source. No one's going to spend 6 hours going through, 6 of your sources to find the one sentence where it matters. That's a useless source. And you can't just put a source, by the way. When you're doing a video like that, if you're going to actually source it right, you can't just put a source in a paste bin. You have to put a source in a paste bin, and then you have to put a source on the screen linking it to that point with the timestamp. That's how you would do it, in a research setting, like a college setting. Because I did that all the time. I had to put, my resource links underneath the pictures or the video where it was located and what time. But like I said, this is YouTube, not a college course.
Researchers, editors, thumbnail designers, and so on. Now, I don't know if this is a hot take to some, okay, but this isn't a bad thing. It's actually a good thing for these types of productions. Y'all know I'm a filmmaker, and having a solid team is everything.
Yeah, that's true. You definitely want a team of people when you're doing essays and things like that. I wouldn't even say it's a content farm if you have a group of 10. And you put out 2 videos a week, whatever. That's not a content farm. You have enough people to do enough work, but it has to be accurate. So, and accurate is subjective.
Bouncing ideas off of each other to having many pairs of eyes, proofing the work. It can be essential if you want to grow as a creative doing this. I've personally only recently started building my production team, and let me tell you, okay, before I had my team, hi, how you doing? I love y'all. I would work 60 to 70 hours straight, not in a week, straight, without sleeping.
Yeah, I do 2 hours a day. Some days I'll do 3 hours.
And even at that rate, I could only post 1 to 2 videos a month between, chronic pain attacks and sleep deprivation.
Okay, to be fair to Swoop though, all her stuff seems to be actually well researched and well done stuff. I'm just watching her video after she spent 2 weeks on it.
Is no joke. I think it's just important to know that there are a lot of moving parts in the Illuminati machine. Blair was allegedly born in January 23rd, 1993, so as of this video, she is 30 years old. Even though Blair started the Illuminati channel back in 2013, you won't find any of the content she released before 2019 on there anymore. When Blair...
Uh-oh, she deleted it. I wonder what kind of channel she had beforehand. A lot of creators will do, for instance, here's an example. Let's say I really wanted to get into a drama channel and stuff like that. One of the easiest ways to build your user base is reaction content. So what you would do is you would do a lot of reaction stuff, get those hours, get into the point of just getting paid, get your channel monetized, right? Then you would unlist all those videos. Keep them up, but unlist them. That keeps your subscribers and the hours intact, but all the videos just go away. They're still there. They're still counting towards the views. They're just not visible. So you'd have to have a direct link to them. So she probably has all those videos still up. They're just unlisted. Now, if you set them to private, that's a different problem because it deletes the hours, etc.
made the pivot into becoming an anti-MLM creator, she wiped her hands clean, essentially, of her past existence. So all that really remains of Blair's early days on the platform are bits and pieces saved by other creators.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. If this is your first time here, hello, my name is Blair. So we are going to be exploring the subreddit Vax Happens. The government uses shots to inject nanobots to give everyone AIDS and autism.
Or time is a more relatable content creator.
And I tried to pick the poop up with my hands. It broke in half in the toilet. So, and then it like slides.
Remember, a lot of things are forever.
Back down. So now there's poo stains, like skid marks.
Who's FPS Diesel? Is this another drama channel?
Yeah. Didn't know there was going to be a poop gate involved in this story, but here we are. The thing is, it's actually a little tricky to talk about Blair for a number of reasons, and I'll talk about each of the eras of Blair, or like, I don't know, the Blairas. We'll call them the Blairas, if you will, a bit later. But the one thing you really need to know is, for a very long time, the only thing that anybody could like ever know about Blair at any given time was whatever she wanted you to know. If you wanted to find out what Blair was up to over the past few months, you'd see she was a part of a left-leaning political podcast called...
Okay, so this is where I remember hearing, now I don't watch the leftist media. I have seen them due to other drama issues, but I also don't watch the extreme right either. Both sides, to my knowledge, are batshit crazy. And they just feed off each other's insanity. I didn't know she was a part of this group. From what I understand, though, because when I did a little bit into it, I guess when this nonsense all came out with her, these guys ignored it. So, and while ignoring it's great when you're Sunny V2, it only works when when you're the one, a one-man band channel and you can ignore all the drama. But when you actually have an actual presenter potentially with you that you need to address, yeah, that's going to be a big thing. If you just ignore it, you're going to look like shit. And I guess that's kind of what happened with these guys. And they just tried to keep deflecting, saying, "No, we don't pay attention to that." But part of that's, guilt by association. So is that, I would say guilt by association's a bigger problem with creators like Mama Max. Like Mudahar, for instance, gotten a lot of heat over that relationship with Mama Max. Because a lot of creators, let's face it, we don't react to our friends' channels. We don't have time. We're doing our own things on our own channels. We generally don't watch our other friends' channels. We just don't have the time. And that's where it's, guilt by association becomes a problem. Like, if you endorse someone, you better actually pay attention to their stuff. So, whereas these guys, I think they didn't want to endorse her, but they didn't also want to deal with it. So like, we're not in that sphere, but it doesn't matter. Because apparently everything she did was so far to the right of whatever these guys were saying. Because I guess she's a landlord too in this, so it's a whole thing. 1 second, I need to grab something. All right. It's rare when I have to move, but this is a long video, so... All right, let's keep going.
Called The Leftist Mafia, with people like Lance from The Surfs. She posted as many videos in a week as I once did in a year on her YouTube channel. She talked shit on the crowd at a Muse show, which is personally offensive to me, okay? Muse is one of the greatest bands on the planet. I will fight you on this hill, but...
All right, I don't know who Muse is, so... but so we're not gonna get into that one.
I digress. If you try to go to any past Blaira and find out something about her days as like a makeup influencer or her strange poops, you won't find anything at all. Kind of like my dating life. There's also...
To be fair, she did a really good job of deleting a good chunk of her history, which is surprisingly complicated to do on the internet. So, I mean, apparently it wasn't enough, but she did a good job of getting rid of her past history up to a point.
So a very good chance that it would have stayed this way for Blair if it weren't for what happened on April 20th, 2023.
The tale of expo...
By the way, I'm 1 year and like a month and a half late on this whole deal. Now, I'm aware a little bit of the Legal Eagle thing, but only because I watched Legal Eagle.
Exposes, betrayal, infighting, war, lawsuits, and just in general, every little bad thing that you can possibly think of.
Let me set the scene for you a bit on the long ago, far distant, barely conceivable past of April 20th, 2023. So what else was happening in the world? Well, a dozen tornadoes were reported throughout the Midwestern United States, knocking out power for over 20,000 people. The Boy Scouts of America announced they would be compensating victims of SA nearly $2.4 billion that no one seems to want to talk about.
Yeah, no one still's talking about that. Or I don't even know if they've even started paying anyone yet. And it's been like, man, we should check that one out. Just 'cause I want to see if that one's actually been done.
Elon Musk removed legacy check marks on Twitter. That was fun.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a shit show, right? But speaking of shows on Twitter, April 20th, 2023 was also the day that the account by the name of @illuminaughtii decided to tweet the following, quote, "Not @LegalEagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style, and when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it. And by the way, I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them. Just changed the color from purple to blue. Huh? Interesting." So...
Okay, yeah. I remember this. So this is now, I guess, a big meme. Because a lot of content creators... Now, I don't know what the heck was wrong with Illuminati. You can't steal editing types. That is not a thing, which I'm sure this has been, done to death. But you can't steal something as dumb as like a paper rip. Or, like a sliding a grayscale screen of some kind or anything like that. That's not how this works. In fact, stealing content is always iffy too.
The first thing that you might be asking is, who the hell is Legal Eagle? Well, Legal Eagle is a YouTube content creator who covers legal topics
which makes this even funnier.
Relatable way.
Trump has been found liable for assault and defamation, and as a result, E. Jean Carroll has been awarded $5 million in damage.
And sometimes he provides a legal perspective to a popular show, like his video, Real Lawyer Reacts to She-Hulk. Oh yeah, did I mention that part? Yeah, Legal Eagle is also a whole-ass lawyer, like a real one, named Devin Stone.
Yeah, but he specifically is a copyright lawyer, which is even funnier. Now, she was accusing Legal Eagle's editors, which is actually still a different field. I mean, how many editors on YouTube are, that well-versed in what what copyright actually would stand for? But in this case, yeah, that's not how that works.
Who has been admitted to the bar in 4 U.S. states and also runs Legal Eagle LLC, which is an online educational service meant to help law students. So, to be clear, this is Blair accusing an actual lawyer, or at least his editing team, of stealing from her. You gotta have a lot of brass low hangers to accuse an attorney of something like this, and one she's for sure about to back up, right? Quote, "So I went through my emails and found this just outright saying, yeah, I'm gonna do this, but if you could make it..."
Yeah, they said they were gonna do an After Effects plugin effect, and they were just wondering what the faster method for it. Oh my god.
Easier, I'd appreciate it.
You know what's funny is I don't even think this is for a Legal Eagle video. I think they were just trying to use that as their so I think looks like they were doing it for like a personal video.
Which ironically is not what that message said at all. So attached is a screenshot. This should be good. I mean, Blair is quite thorough when it comes to research, right? She should definitely have the heat on this one tweet. Quote, "Hey Blair, I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there was some After Effects plugin you guys use for things like the intro to the first NFL video where the lighter colors appear to stick out in 3D. We could recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method you guys were using. Thanks, Danny." Okay, so... I want to stop here for a second and explain something that I see get kind of breezed past in a lot of the discussion on this topic. So for those of you who don't know, After Effects is an Adobe post-production software program that you can use for visual effects, graphics, animation, and so on. I
use After Effects to add my 3-second fade in and then 3-second fade out at the end. That is my skill in After Effects. I'm amazing. I'm terrible.
quite a bit on several of my films and my music videos that I've directed, and it used to be like really effing complicated, but it's honestly pretty easy to use now because it comes with like a lot of plugins. Like typically none of these plugins are made by the creators who use them. They either come pre-installed, or you can download new ones from programmers, or you can create your own. So what Danny's asking here in short is, hey, I'm pretty sure you guys are using a cool plugin. Could you let me know which one it is?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's it. We are 2 tweets deep into the thread, and it's questionable. This is a screenshot of Danny on Blair's Discord server asking the mods there if he can post a video inspired by Blair's channel. He was a fan.
I love Discord. The ability to copy things permanently forever. Especially when people are like, oh, Discord's safe. No one's going to keep this conversation.
And then also asking if he can talk to her video editors about a specific effect. And instead of responding there, Blair decided to blast Danny on Twitter, posting these side-by-side screenshots of her video versus a legal...
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you can't steal the paper rip. This is perfect. Why would you use this? That's not how that works. Now, what's interesting is... I wonder how many people had access to the Illuminati Twitter. Like, was it actually Blair doing this, or was it someone else on their editor team actually responding to this? Now, this is probably Blair doing all this nonsense, but a lot of people who have teams and a lot of people who watch creators don't realize that multiple people are usually doing multiple aspects of a channel. So you could be thinking you're talking to Illuminati when you're just talking to one of the random 4 editors they have instead. In this case, I think it was probably proven that was her, but I'm not sure.
Eagle video, claiming these to be the effects that Danny was trying to, quote, steal. Wait, okay, so I see torn paper. Y'all see the torn paper, and what, a 2002 highlighter effect. Is there more? Can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little different. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, the torn paper effect was being used in news channels before the internet in like 1992.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Petty University, roll the intro. Okay, so did y'all see how I did that paper rip thing? Okay, yes, I'm being a little petty. That's because I did it on Adobe
like
After Effects. I mean, unless I'm in a f***ing alt universe where Pete Davidson can't get a date, Blair didn't make that effect. Neither did her editor. In fact, I don't know who made the damn plugin. I would call my friends over at Adobe, but why the hell would I bother them, and why would they care? This is Blair directly accusing Legal Eagle's editor, Danny, of plagiarism for an effect she didn't even make. Allegedly. But Swoop, you might be saying, what about the...
Did she actually accuse him of plagiarism at that point, or just like stealing the effect? I don't know. YouTube's version of plagiarism seems to be much more broad than actual plagiarism.
Highlighter effect. You mean the one that this how-to video from 2019 shows me how to do?
In this video, I'm going to show you how to make this highlighter effect seen in the Vox YouTube videos.
What in the whole grain, carb-free, sugar-free, discount Michael B. Jordan audacity is this, okay? That clip is literally titled, How to Create Vox Highlighter Effect. You know what, Christina, have you ever heard of Vox, Christina?
I'm pretty sure at this point, at least when this was being made, Illuminati probably, if I had to guess, is mainly a voice actor at this point. So they were talking like they were actually doing a lot of the editing, but I don't know if they've ever edited any of their actual videos after a certain point. Because I think originally they were like a Reddit channel where she just read out Reddit stories, which you really just don't need an editor for that. You can use literally Streamlabs, that's it, or OBS, or I don't know, pick anything, and you can just record your voice onto, you know, a predetermined screen cutout. So I think she was saying, or trying to imply that, you know, she knew a lot more about what was happening than she actually did, because I'm pretty sure she's just a glorified voice actor, which is fine normally, especially for faceless channels, especially when you have a team doing everything else. Because a lot of people come for the voice and the person, and then, you know, everything else is done in the background. But When you don't know what you're talking about, don't run your own Twitter page.
Yeah, I thought so, Jessica. I bet you know. Yeah, the giant news media corporation that's been around forever. Yeah, okay. Or what about this one from 2017? Or how about this one from 2012?
This tutorial is going to show you how to make text look like it's being highlighted in After Effects.
I want to see one before the internet.
All of this? The side-by-side screenshots Blair posted accusing Legal Eagle of trying to steal via email isn't even the effect he was emailing about. Sorry,
even funnier,
I had
actually.
to go that high
That
of
is
an
really
octave
funny.
to get my point across. Blair accused Danny of plagiarizing torn paper and highlights when he was actually asking her about a 3D effect in the intro of her NFL video. Look again at his email. Hey Blair, I was wondering if there was some After Effects plugin you guys used for things like the intro to the first NFL video. Back to what I was saying in the intro. This did not need to happen for all the shit that we are about to talk about when it comes to Blair.
Okay, even if it did happen, all she needed to do is apologize. I'm like, oh, shoot, my bad, and then it would have gone away. What changed? What did we miss? What else happened if
And the various ways
that
in which
shouldn't have
she's
caused anything
allegedly
crazy.
abused her platform as a creator and her friends. This by far is the most baffling, like the audacity
How was this the tipping
to
point,
even
though?
think that you could accuse someone, let alone an attorney, of plagiarism when it comes to
Let alone a
specific
copyright
plugins. I am not alone in thinking that the platform is better if you're helping other creators or supporting other creators from a distance. And being inspired by something is not plagiarism. Plagiarism, to put it short, is actual theft of entire works. For example, if I were to take this iNabber video about Blair.
Drama, pain, suffering. Three things that if you combine, what do you get? Well, the YouTube community.
And present an entire thought of his as one of my own, and maybe put a cute little attempt at an accent on just for the added effect, and then I didn't credit him, that's plagiarism. Drama, pain.
You know what's funny though, when it comes to YouTube, even that might not actually be plagiarism. It is definitely plagiarism, but there's a good chance YouTube would be like, it's different enough, we'll leave it.
Suffering. Three things, if you combine, what do you get? Well, the YouTube community. Okay, I'm
Okay, that's pretty funny, but yeah, I mean, YouTube is so lax when it comes to things like this. It's probably because of the way fair use is made. Fair use is has nothing to do originally with how YouTube. It's a law that honestly needs to be updated. And this is me saying this as a reaction channel. Fair use definitely needs to be updated to more accurately work with YouTube specifically. It was primarily made for news channels to be able to report on the exact same topic and news story without running afoul of another channel. And then getting into lawsuits with each other saying everything was stolen because they covered the exact same thing and sounded the exact same with the exact same story. Think like 1990s or whatever, right? They were, some national news story was being covered, and that's specifically where these laws came into play for fair use. It's also, like covering the same sports event. You can't just that's kind of how this all started. So what happens when you don't update the fair use law for 25 years? And then YouTube comes out, and then it becomes way more complicated. And what's fair use to one place is not fair use to another, which is why you have all this random nonsense of people having no idea what is actually fair use and what isn't. And that's why reaction channels like mine and others can operate in a legal gray area. Now, my channel, I will spend this video is going to be like 4 hours long because of me. But, so in my case, it's probably fair use, but it might not be, at least according to the letter of the law. So it's really a complicated nonsense problem that is unfortunately not really solvable at the point. Once the law is updated, then maybe, but ever since the H3 lawsuit was decided, it's far more complicated now.
Sorry, iDabber, I tried. My accent sucks balls. You're great. Keep going.
Do the paper rip a bunch more times.
It has been 3 years since I posted this episode, and I've been really grateful to be able to continually learn and grow with time.
So there were a few people on Blair's side after the post, like Lance from The Surfs, who again has a podcast with Blair.
Let me guess. Right off the bat, he just started defending her. This guy specifically just goes all in on crazy random nonsense without doing any research. He to a fault, he goes, all in with it for his friends, which is a really big, horrible thing you can do as a YouTuber. Your YouTuber friends lie. All YouTubers lie, okay?
Called the leftist mafia. But in general, everybody's response was very similar to mine, basically saying, Blair, what are you doing, girl? Blair, stop it! H-Bomber Guy asked Blair to clarify what she was talking about. I mean, even Moist Critical got involved. Moist is in the picture.
Did you see Legal Eagle was accused of plagiarism by another YouTuber called Illuminati?
Wow,
I caught the cliff notes, but I didn't look into it. I thought that whole claim was absolutely outrageous.
Now, a lot of random responses even pointed out that not only were these common editing techniques in general, these were techniques that had already been used in Legal Eagle videos before, right? All of which made it even worse for Blair when H-Bomber Guy tweeted, personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script, and attached this video. Those are side-by-side clips of a documentary called MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, made by British reporter Brian Deere back in 2004, and a video made by Blair as part of her Debunking Anti-Vax series from 2020.
Professor Hugh Futenberg.
Professor Futenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Futenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Okay, I see what happened. So here's the thing about YouTube. If this is definitely like outright plagiarism, because I'm guessing there is it wasn't like a quote that she said in the original video, but the problem is, even though she's making money on this, it's still a gray area with YouTube, because unless she's copying the so documentary videos have extra legal protections in place, and unless she was actually copying the actual video itself and then just leaving it in, what she probably did is she probably put a still image in and then read what his words were within the documentary itself, and then didn't put a link. Which, yeah, technically would be plagiarism. If I was in a college setting, I would absolutely have been hit for plagiarizing. Because that's a direct quote. That's not a paraphrase of any kind. That is an absolute direct quote. There might be a couple of words still separate in there, but that's still a direct quote. And this would be on her if she was in a college or research-based setting, or on a TV show, because they also have additional restrictions on them. Netflix, for instance, would potentially this could be a potential legal grounds for copyright. But YouTube, it's not a big enough, it's a huge market. Don't worry, it's a huge market. But none of these people that are doing these big essays and things are legit scholars. You're taking them at their word, but I don't know. I get it. I get the problem, but I also don't see it being any enforceable in any way.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
This sounds like one of her writers and editors were just very lazy.
Misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
See, none of that would be a problem if there were, what I'm going to guess is there probably weren't links directly. And she didn't say that that's what he said. So she's like, oh, and he mentioned that would have been a better way of doing it. But from a legal standpoint, she's probably still in the clear.
There's this word that I really like. How is it pronounced again? Oh yeah, irony. There are a few ways one could define the word irony, but personally, instead of defining with words, I just show you a reel of Blair accusing someone of plagiarism only to get
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Oh.
Was plagiarizing. Now, pretty quickly after Blair tweeted her original thread, Legal Eagle entered the chat with a direct response. Hey, Illuminati, I think this is a big misunderstanding. Perhaps great minds think alike. No one on my team is trying to copy you. Without an exhaustive review of your channel, I believe we used these two styles before your channel did.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing here. The fact that Legal Eagle even bothered with this versus just ignoring it. Geez.
We've used them for 3 to 4 years. Danny is a great and thorough editor. When he reached out via email, he was just hoping to find out what plugin your team used on a very particular video, a very common practice among editors. He was not looking to copy anyone's style. Danny is also a freelancer who makes his own videos. In the Discord, the video he referenced was about being inspired by your subject matter, not your style. He's a fan of yours. The video he was referencing was a video of his.
Even if he wanted to copy her exact style, that still would be fine. Guess what? Everyone on YouTube steals from each other. That's all there is to it. That's what happens.
Not a Legal Eagle video. Now, he
if something works,
by saying,
you steal from
YouTube
another
is
creator.
great because it's collaborative and the rising tide raises all ships. My team and I always try to provide original, high quality, informative content. We try to help others when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here. I didn't know that Danny reached out to you, but I don't fault him for doing so. If anything, I think everyone on the platform should be more open and sharing.
True.
Very well said, Mr. Eagle. We applaud a level-headed response, okay? Oh my gosh, I just realized that this is so dumb, but I can't help myself. Level-headed versus pyramid-headed. Who you gonna trust in these plagiarized streets, okay? Now, later on...
You know what's funny is this is just the intro to this nonsense.
Blair apologized privately to Legal Eagle and a week later apologized publicly as well. She even released a video that same day entitled
Okay, so she released a video apologizing to Legal Eagle. Why does it have to be 42 minutes long? All you need to do, I release videos all the time that are a minute. Is it smart? No. Should I do it? I should probably combine a few videos together. But I'm not the best editor, so so for now, I just make new videos. But why couldn't you just create a 5-minute apology video? That's it. What the heck?
Illuminaughtii exposed that explained her side of the story. I guarantee this story would have just kind of faded away as some minor piece of controversy in the history of YouTube if it weren't for the fact that what I've talked about only covers the first 8 minutes of her video. Blair's alleged apology video is 42 minutes long, and you might be wondering, how the hell can you make a 42-minute video?
Right. I mean, 8 minutes, even 8 minutes, we'd be pushing it.
About something embarrassing you did on Twitter. Well, friends, when I told you about the backlash Blair faced on Twitter, there were a few notable tweets made in response to Blair's oopsie that seemed to have inspired her to spend over half of her video responding. All right, quick pause.
Never, ever, ever respond to other people on Twitter. Unless you do something stupid like call out a copyright lawyer and accuse them of plagiarism and copyright failure. Yeah, okay, that might be a little bit different, but don't talk to anyone else, ever. Former friends, don't talk to them. Don't do it. Use the Sunny V2 approach. Ignore it.
And real quick, I want to give a huge thank you to our final sponsor, and then we will continue this awful story.
Jeez,
So I don't know about you, but there are 3 things that I want from my...
Jeez, how many sponsors do you have? I want a sponsor. I bet you Raycon would sponsor a reaction channel. They seem like a company that would be just desperate enough, right?
And still pay less than those other earbud brands out there. So if you're like me and want long-lasting, comfortable earbuds with an amazing sound and even better price, click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/swoop to get 15% off your Raycon purchase and treat yourself, honey.
think I'm spoiled with Bose.
You
want
deserve
Bose to
it.
sponsor me.
Okay, back to the doc.
Sad Milk was a collaboration channel started by 6 friends in 2020. It was kind of essentially group Reddit readings and just looking at cringe things online and reacting to it. It was
something important.
See, that's what I thought Illuminati started at the very beginning. I thought her original stuff was, before 2019, so 2013, 2019, was all Reddit-based stuff, which, is great. It's all, it's, garbage content, but a lot of people love garbage content. That's why they watch me. I got 4,000 of you guys that watch me for some weird reason.
Important to know about Blair is that despite the illusion of her being some kind of monolithic creator who works entirely on her own, we know that's not the case since she has an entire team of people behind her. Cool, more power to you. But that also extends to her creative outlets in places beyond the Illuminati channel, with collaborations she's done with creators as wide-ranging as Shot from the Point News with Tommy C to...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it was Shot from the Point. There was a whole drama with that. I don't know if she was part of the drama, but I guess a bunch of stuff got deleted.
The Leftist Mafia podcast with creators like Lance from The Surfs, Matt Binder, and more. So, you get it. Blair seems to always have a stake in some kind of collaborative effort, and that was no different with the creation of Sad Milk. Sad Milk was created in late 2019 by a number of small YouTube creators from across the world who had, kind of like the dream of making a fun group collaboration channel that would...
How do you get 174,000 subscribers with no videos? This must be after it was deleted.
Allow them all to, not just have fun, but help each creator support each other on their individual creator journeys,
Collab channels are great, and they sound like a fun idea, but if you do not set them up right, they're gonna crash and burn, and then a bunch of people are gonna hate each other.
As a former member One Topic at a Time puts it, Sad Milk was a bunch of homies all hanging in Discord doing nonsense. Early on, the group consisted of quite a few creators, but the ones that you need to know about for this story are Blair, Oz Media, Wonderstruck Guy, One Topic at a Time, and The Click.
Okay, so The Click, I've seen this creator. I think they do Reddit reaction type stuff and memes and things like that. But man, that voice from the beginning was super weird. That can't be the Click's real voice, right?
Collectively, the group called themselves the Milkmen. By all accounts, this was a pretty fresh group collab too, with almost all of the creators being new to the platform, with the notable exception of Blair, who had a few 100,000 followers of her own. And the Click also had a few 100,000 followers, but was still a smaller channel than Blair's.
What's with the eyes
for
on
months,
all the mics?
Sad Milk posted pretty funny videos.
Yes! God has entered the chat!
In the water.
It was all pretty casual, hangout vibes, just a bunch of friends that seemed like they were having, the best time creating content together. And by all accounts, that's exactly what it was for a while. Cracks.
Until someone started taking too much control, probably Illuminati, because she was a bigger channel, and she could probably try to force a narrative, not a narrative in the same. She was probably trying to force them to either all collab at certain times, which, by the way, if you're across the world, you're going to have to, your best bet is to record stuff and then, edit it all together versus doing it all at once. Because how are you going to, so let's say someone's in Colorado, right? And then someone's in Sweden and someone's in Japan. How are you going to time that, right? That's going to be incredibly difficult, even if you are a content creator.
Started to show publicly when One Topic and The Click exited around the same time as each other. Eventually, the whole project quietly disbanded, and all of Sad Milk's videos were either removed or privated. It wasn't really clear why, but in the wake of Blair's legal eagle oopsie, One Topic made a thread a few days later and finally addressed the Sad Milk situation. He wrote, quote, "I'm not sure what the initial tipping point was, but we all started to rub one another the wrong way."
Did people bring up the Sad Milk situation? Because someone had to have brought this up to One Topic, because I don't see where any of this would have mattered in regards to what Illuminati posted, complaining about legal. Someone had to have linked the two together. So there's something missing here.
I felt each person was my friend and thought if we could just get past petty things, you know, the small things, we could really make this work. But that day never came. I did not know that not everyone was coming to those conversations in good faith, and I'm still surprised. It fractured the group, and out of very real fear of retaliation, if anyone stepped out of line, we tried to make the best of it. We kept showing up and recording, tried to help, but conflicts continued to pile up, fears piled up, and communication broke down.
People need to realize when you create a collab channel, if petty things start arising within the first couple of months, you're going to fail. You're going to fail. That's just how it is. And that's not just for collab channels. That's for collab anything. With the exception of collab work projects, because generally people will work past their differences. And I'm not saying collab YouTube channels aren't work. I'm saying that if you're stuck at a job where your literal income and your next paycheck for eating bread and paying off your house is part of the issue, you're going to make compromises no matter what, so you don't get fired. But the majority of people, collab channels fail because they let little tiny petty differences mount higher and higher and higher, and then everyone cracks. It doesn't take long, too. This could all be over 2 weeks.
Very end of his thread are links to statements from 3 other former members of Sad Milk who reveal quite explicitly what one topic is talking about. First up, we have The Click. His thread alleges that a combination
16. Jeez. Oh man, the click went all out here.
Of Blair lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management is why he believes.
Paranoia from a channel called Illuminaughtii? Yeah. What gave you that what gave you that guess? Paranoia is probably already embedded in there, especially after I think what happened with the Tommy C channel.
Sad Milk fell apart, but it gets worse. Like, he continues on by saying that in the last meeting he had with Blair, she spent around half an hour screaming at him for being a bad friend, lazy, and so on, saying, quote, "There is no way you can have the resume you claim and be this effing stupid."
What resume do you claim you have, The Click? I mean, is he like a space engineer or some guy? Decided to give that all up and do memes?
The Click then goes on to allege that Blair would vindictively try to turn friends against each other, then vague post about them from the Sad Milk pages to seemingly try to turn the court of public opinion against.
It sounds like Blair had a lot of sock puppet accounts, and she was basically tweeting against each other with sock puppet accounts. Which, if you're doing that, I can definitely see this being a problem, because you can definitely twist a lot of crazy things with alternate accounts.
Against them. Look, I'm going to be completely honest. At this point in the story, almost everything in this thread can be chalked up to like interpersonal beef between, you know,
just
grown adults. But there are a few particular tweets in this thread that are important to know for the future. So number 1, when people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient updigging of 11 to 14-year-old.
I mean, the downside here is if you're going to have a fallout with someone, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say the Illuminaughtii, got really mad at The Click, right? Obviously, what's the easiest way to discredit someone on the internet? Go find a video that's old of them doing something pretty bad by today's standards. So, for instance, what's the word you can't say anymore on YouTube? Oh, you can't say the R word, okay? So you can, but you get demonetized in most cases. It's just a word you can't say anymore. But you can say it, 15 years ago when it wasn't really a bad word. In a lot of countries, it's still not a bad word. It is definitely in the U.S. now, but not everywhere it is. And then, obviously, the N-word in the U.S., but the N-word isn't the same in other countries. It's kind of like India, for instance. India, a lot of places are named after Hitler, of all things. They even have clothing stores with the swastika. And for them, a lot of it doesn't matter because they weren't part of that war. At least not really. So, it's different in that regard. But yeah, I can definitely see digging up specific videos of people and then pulling that out and then trying to slander people. That will happen on YouTube. That's just gonna happen. It's not great, but it does happen.
Stuff I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time aged like milk. I really wish he said aged like sad milk, missed opportunity, but you know, I digress. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to...
How bad could it really be? Did he use the R word? Did he say the N word? Did he say, what's another word? Yeah, those are the two main ones on YouTube. There's SA, I guess, and then there's it's along the same lines of that. So YouTube was different in 2009. Was it better? Was it worse? Hard to know.
Be transparent and honest about my past. She would still harp on it, ignoring the fact that it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to it as possible, publicly stating it was a bad apology, along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration.
Who cares about apologizing on YouTube or Twitter? It doesn't matter. It is not, you are not a politician. None of that actually matters. Who cares? God. This is why all YouTuber apologies fail, for the most part. I have seen maybe 3 good YouTuber apologies in the last 5 years, and everything else after that, for the most part, was garbage. And the only ones that have actually succeeded are their apologies from like actual like corporations apologizing for like misinformation, not for like anything they did on YouTube.
Channel. And number 2 point from after the clique left Sad Milk. I was still a YouTube freshie at the time, and she was quite intimidating, claiming connections and clout, reputation, and powerful friends.
Okay, clique. What powerful friends are in YouTube? I mean, the biggest issue you would have to deal with is, let's say Illuminati has 300,000 subscribers and you have 5,000 subscribers. The biggest problem you have when you collab with a bigger channel is they hold power in one respect. Not necessarily with other YouTubers. They do in their close circle, potentially. But more, it's their parasocial lunatic followers that can come and bomb your channel. And some of them will do it for months. That's your biggest issue you have with it as a YouTuber. But claiming connections and clout, that's something you can just ignore. And you should.
So everyone stayed mostly silent and had to constantly look over their shoulders for the next year.
That's where you guys screwed up. You don't even acknowledge it. Just ignore them. Unless you have,
I think these particular points from the clique are
you.
interesting to keep in kind of the back of your mind for now. What he's alleging specifically is that Blair intentionally dug up dirt on someone that was supposed to be her friend, and then tried to always center any conversation about that friend in the context of said dirt. But more
yeah, that's YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. It's like telling people how the internet comment section works on a news site.
Interesting to me is that the clique claims that the entire Sad Milk collective never really spoke up about the controversy because they were scared.
Yeah, small YouTubers are terrified of large YouTubers. I don't care. I'm a reaction channel. What do I care? The worst that will happen to me is someone's gonna unsubscribe to me because I'm boring and annoying. I don't even know how I could do a collab. I guess I'd have to join the drama community. If there's any videos you guys want me to react to in the drama community, I will, and I will I will say dumb nonsense that I believe that's happening at the time. But I don't know. This video is interesting because there's a lot of touchy subjects surrounding things like reaction channels and copyright and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of interesting things in how YouTubers fail to regulate themselves on the internet.
Blair was, and even to this day still is, the biggest YouTuber of the group, making this teeter into the world of power abuse. Like,
to be fair, I think the clique is now bigger than Illuminati. Illuminati is at 1.2 million, most of which seem to be fake subscribers or dead ones. And then the clique is at like 1.5 or 1.6 now. Now, to be fair, that was reversed about a year ago.
Something we've covered a lot on this channel. Abuse of power means the improper use of a position of influence, power, or authority against another person. Abuse of power may also include a conduct that creates a hostile or offensive work environment, which includes but is not limited to the use of intimidation.
Okay, YouTubers who use excessive amounts of dictionary use. Yeah, I get it. This is the exact definition, but the problem is it's not exactly a black and white scenario on YouTube. It's not going to ever be, you know, such an abuse of power that you can't just ignore another creator. There are a few exceptions. If a creator somehow doxes your house, that's a whole different problem. I think Sniper Wolf did something similar. But for the most part, you can just ignore another creator. You can delete. I mean, you can delete and monitor your own, not chat logs. Whenever someone posts on your comment section, you can delete and monitor your comment section. You probably shouldn't, but you can if you have a ton of abuse coming your way. You just auto-delete certain things. And it's really easy to set up in the back end to have it automatically moderate stuff. And you can even go one step further and moderate entire words and sentences out. Not recommended because it can mess up your own comment section, but the reality is abuse of power within a YouTube community is not as hard to get around compared to what's kind of being portrayed here. So I don't know. A little iffy on that one.
Blackmail, or coercion. To be threatened with retribution by a creator of that size, and then to allegedly be tormented by them even while you remain silent, is an abuse of power. Allegedly.
Oh yeah, this is all alleged. Everything is alleged apparently. So this is allegedly my opinion. Alleged. I don't know. No one sue me. It's alleged.
And the picture the Click painted didn't look any better when Wonderstruck Guy made his own thread. Much of what Wonder says here reflects on what Click is saying, but provides some more damning allegations of his own. Allegations like he had to miss Christmas with his family just to fix an editing mistake from Blair's personal editor, and not even getting a thank you or prompt payment.
I mean, you didn't have... Okay. This is okay, so did Blair force him to do this, or was this something he chose to do on his own? That's the thing for me. If he missed Christmas because he wanted to put out a video and fix an editing mistake, then fine. That's still on him. I don't care if Illuminati is a raging psychopath. If she didn't order him to do this, this is all on him.
Now, in terms of payment, Wonder paints a picture of somebody who doesn't pay people on time just so she can, quote, purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food.
Hey, I want to know if Wonderstruck had a contract. If Wonderstruck had a payment contract and she didn't pay on time, he absolutely has a case against her in small claims court or whatever, but not on YouTube. I mean, you can say it, but it's not going to do anything.
In a day. He also seems to confirm what Click said about Blair turning on people and weaponizing the internet to turn friends and followers against them. Quote, they would one second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second, suddenly a hidden monster through...
Yeah, okay. It sounds like Blair might have a split personality disorder of some kind. This is so there's a good chance she's poisoning the waters against all the friends. And for some reason, these people didn't talk to each other about this. They all blindly believed Blair. I mean, sure, I guess she's like a silver-tongued devil or whatever, but still, I mean, why don't you talk to each other? Why be like, hey, Blair said this about you. Why not throw her under the bus? What's wrong with you guys?
Blair's mouth. Now, Wonder alleges that Blair would constantly complain about having to basically do all the work herself while never acknowledging the work others would do for her. Basically, what Wonder is alleging here is that Blair took what was supposed to be a fun group project.
Collab groups on the internet that earn money are not fun group projects. If it's never going to be monetized, it's a fun group project. But if once it's monetized, it's a business. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, So even then, they became profitable at some point, which means this was no longer a fun project. This is an actual business, and you guys needed to treat it as such. And if Blair was the only one treating it like a business, I can see where this would fall apart and why she would freak out and saying that she was doing all the work. And maybe that's where some of the disconnect is. I'm not saying that she's not a crazy psychopath, but I'm saying that if some people are treating this as a fun group project and someone's treating it as a business, they're going to have two completely different mindsets.
And ran it with the hand of like a dictator while also having seemingly no interest in the quality of the output. Now, he claims to have lived with Blair for 30 days and called it a nightmare.
Why would you move in with another creator? What is wrong with people? Don't move in with other creators. I don't care if you have a creator house. Every creator house I've ever heard of, for the most part, has failed. Don't do it. I mean, I get it. You want to all be in the same time zone, but have your own apartments in the same time zone.
We're even asking Blair if she was okay, had her accuse him of invading her privacy. And he shows off pictures of her house, saying that she lives like an actual...
Wow. I mean, it's not that bad. Look at that pile of clothes, though. That's pretty high. I wonder if there's anything underneath it, or if that's just stacked straight up pile of clothes. It looks like move-in stuff, though.
Monster, that's a quote. And so his time at the house ended in a way Wonder admits is vague for the reason of legalities.
Okay.
With Wonder having no car, hardly any clothes or money, and no home. Like, he didn't even have his own YouTube play button anymore because he alleges that Blair threw it in the trash. That's...
Ooh, that sucks. Okay, so from what I understand, the first YouTube play button, the 100K one, I think, is 100. They up it. It used to be 10K. So you get one for free, and then you get a million one for free. But to replace the million one is $750. And the best part is, it's basically like a gold coating, like cheap gold coating over a piece of plywood. And it's $750 to replace it. I don't think the silver one is quite as much. I think it's $350, but it's like $20 to make the thing. And YouTube charges hundreds.
That's how like nasty, petty nasty this got. There's another interesting nugget buried in Wonder's tweets. Quote, day after day, Blair would sit and check Click and OT's social blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them.
Why do people even pay attention to Social Blade? Social Blade doesn't even have an accurate, like, a lot of people have gone on Social Blade and be like, this is how much this person makes. That's not true at all. You can go to my account on my channel, and it will say I'm making like $700 a month. I make $1.10 a day. And that's on a good day. Actually, yesterday, I made $1.82. But the reality is Social Blade just makes random nonsense up. It's not a useful metric for just about anything. It can kind of give you a metric of how many subscribers that it thinks you're going to get, but a money metric is worthless. And a lot of people think reaction channels, like my channel, make money on our videos. A lot of us don't. 60% of my videos are straight up copyrighted. I make nothing on 60% of my videos, and that's fine. I do it a lot for fun. But people always complain about channels like mine, and they're like, you're making tons of money off of all of our hard work. No, we're not. Unless we have sponsors, we're not making... Most of us are not making anything. We're doing this because we want to, and we just want to have fun. That's it. Some people do make this. A good example of a reaction channel that makes money, Internet City. They make money on their channel, but those guys are hilarious, and they deserve it. Their stuff is like fantastic content. You wouldn't even need them to react to anything. They could just make their own content. But the majority of reaction channels don't make money.
Not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. So that's a pretty big allegation, just hiding in the middle of Wonder's thread about Blair's making fake accounts to stalk her former friends and the commentary community, which is weird to think since I'm also in the community.
I mean, how many people don't have fake accounts? Lots of people have fake accounts. I have fake email accounts for other things, but I don't have fake social media profile accounts because it doesn't necessarily make sense for a reaction channel or just channels in general. I do it for research, so I don't have anything linked to my search history. So whenever I'm searching for a video, it doesn't search automatically some random channel. I get a more accurate representation of what's around my genre of stuff by having, you know, a YouTube channel and then my personal account channel, which has YouTube Premium. Kind of like this. But I can totally see a lot of people creating fake accounts just to bash other people. But how many people pay attention to fake accounts? Because most fake accounts don't have the authority as like an original account. An original account will have, you know, potentially 500,000 5,000 posts, right? That's more of a higher authority than a new account that has like 100 posts. So I don't know. A lot of people wouldn't believe newer accounts over something that has a much higher authority level. But then again, a lot of people don't pay attention to that and believe everything they read on the internet. So maybe not.
Wonder doesn't follow this up at all, but it's an interesting detail and one you should remember for later. It's a point seemingly confirmed in Oz Media's thread, while also taking accountability for what Oz believes is him acting as a front runner for Blair, enabling her to be a bad.
Okay, so Oz was Okay. So it looks like Oz was basically the attack dog for Illuminati for a while.
Bad friend and boss. So now that you know about Sad Milk, and now that you know about Sad Milk's responses to Blair's controversy, care to take a stab at what the remaining 30+ minutes of Blair's apology consisted of?
Bashing old friends and old collab people? I'm gonna guess that.
I'll wait.
Before I address any one person individually, I want to kind of cover everything in a general
Oh, this is her stupid video, isn't it?
and broader scope regarding Sad Milk.
It doesn't take long for the Illuminati exposed video to get around to addressing allegations made by the clique, and specifically her role in the Sad Milk project. Blair explains, like the Milkman did, that Sad Milk was a fun project among friends, but where it started to turn sour for her was when she alleges that she was the only one responsible for the channel's finances, editor hiring, recording schedule, and so on.
Well, that makes sense, though. One person's going to have to take lead if this is going to be a project that makes money. Either you all decide that this is not a fun project and this is a business opportunity, or you keep it as something fun. Because if you want to turn it into something that's going to make money, someone's going to have to take the lead. You pay them a bit more, all right? So let's say the channel makes $1,000 a month, right? And you have 4 people in it, all right? Everyone who's just doing the recording and stuff, you pay them maybe, let's say you don't have any editors, right? Let's say it's just 4 people, one person's doing all the editing and all the business stuff. You pay them, 35% of the chunk, and then you split up the rest between the other 3. Or even maybe a little lower. Maybe you give them 40% of the bigger chunk if they're doing everything major, like all the editing and all the uploads and all the managing, and then all the tax type stuff. And then make everyone else like an independent contractor, because that just makes it easier. You're all responsible for your own stupid finances at that point. But then you kind of have to give everyone equal footing on the AdSense side. So it's a little bit more complicated when you do it like that. You basically have to make an LLC of some kind to run this thing, which is what they should have done, but I'm guessing they didn't.
This channel and this project was just meant to be something goofy, easy, and kind of cringy, but a shared channel that we could all get a kick.
See, that was the mistake. You guys should have kept it as a non-monetized channel. That's it. You should have kept it as a non-monetized channel. The other option is, what you could have done is one person takes lead. They take all the money, right? So it monetized on their end. They take all the money, but you have to trust them for this, by the way. They end up paying taxes first, and you guys get a 1-year paycheck, or however taxes work, right? And you split it after taxes 4 ways. But the problem with that is, the only way you're going to get away with that then is through crypto. So don't listen to what I just said. That might be illegal. Allegedly.
Out of.
She claims that this turned into burnout for her, which led her to becoming aggravated with the other milkmen not pulling their weight. Eventually, according to her, this led to a group meeting Blair says she didn't actually want to be a part of, and that during the meeting, things got heated.
How would Illuminati not want to be a part of this group meeting if she's the one experiencing all this burnout? The only thing that makes sense, though, is the clique, from what I understand, is in Sweden. She's in Colorado. I guess Wonderstruck at the time was also in Colorado, or maybe not. And then, and I guess she was living with, not One Topic. I think One Topic's in California. I don't know where One Topic was located. I guess she was living with Osmedia at the time. So this just sounds more like creative differences followed by, one person wanting to make this an actual like money-making channel and everyone else kind of just having fun with it.
I had become more and more frustrated about how I was doing all of the work, I was doing all of the maintenance, and then I was also having to financially foot the bill to the project. As I said, it was burning me out pretty quickly, and I was thinking about leaving the group. Before the meeting started, I
don't know, I blame Illuminati for financially footing the bill for everything. She didn't have to. They could have paused the channel until everyone was able to pool their stuff together. You don't pay for editors if you can't afford editors. You do it yourself. You just pause the videos on the channel and go back to your main channel stuff. So I don't know what the heck she was putting her own money into this for and then blaming others. If no one else is going to foot the bill for it, don't do it yourself.
I was told that if I didn't show up, that they would not have the conversation with me and everything would just stagnate. Reluctantly, I joined the conversation, and as I was speaking, One Topic talked over me, and out of frustration of this happening yet again, I raised my voice and said,
Okay, so I'm more interested in if this was actually people talking over each other or if there was lag between different countries.
You shut up and let me talk for once.
She very quickly apologizes before she does something interesting. She switches gears and starts talking about the clique's history of horrifying language and slurs.
Unfortunately, when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Osmedia and I had actually talked about how Clique had been using the R slur while we played games.
Okay. All right. That word isn't great, okay? But it's not on the same level as the N-word, all right? And in other countries, the N-word isn't on the same level as any other random word. A word, for the most part, is a word. And if you take offense to a word and you're going to use it to bash another person but because you don't like them anymore, there's something else wrong with you.
Together. Clique, you are right. Those videos in question are old, and at this point, they're kind of irrelevant. People can learn and people can change. That being said, at the time in 2020, Clique was still using horrifying language and slurs that have long been deemed unacceptable.
Unacceptable by who? Unacceptable by what country? Unacceptable. This is where this kind of type of language is iffy. I won't use the R word just because I just don't use it anyway. It's not a big deal to me. Obviously, I'm not going to use the N word because I live in the U.S. and it's basically been ingrained to me that I can't use that word, and that's fair. There are consequences to certain words, especially when it's based off of YouTube TOS and everything else. If you don't like TOS, move to Kick. Even Kick has a TOS, but it's not that bad. Rumble, this is another one. But, that was like tongue-in-cheek, like, I'm not going to like you anymore because you used this word once. And that just makes you a horrible person. I'll never be your friend again because you used this word and I just didn't understand. But then you go out of your way to like dig up dirt of them finding that word in a video from like 10 years before you knew them. Yeah, that's bad faith all the way.
Throughout this part of the video, Blair pivots away from talking about her own actions and instead begins alleging that the clique fostered an unsafe environment for kids on his Discord.
Okay. What? What? That took a hard left turn off a cliff. All right, I gotta see this one.
Specifically, there was a 19-year-old user who allegedly bragged about dating a 12-year-old.
Oh, jeez. And this is in the Clique's Discord server? Okay. All right, I have a Discord server, all right? It is notoriously difficult to police every random idiot in a Discord server. It's like, even if you have a full 24/7 mod team, which the Clique may have had at this point, but that's unlikely. Because don't forget, a lot of your mods are working for free. They are not paid. if I ever get a mod on my YouTube channel, I would love to pay you, and I might pay you if I can. But the majority of mods on YouTube channels, on Discord servers, do it for free. They are not paid. This is not something that they're required to police every little second of the day. And that is a ridiculous accusation to make.
Now, this user was blocked from the Discord, but Blair makes a rather serious allegation that the Click allowed the user to run free on his own Discord, all while Click's Discord mods were sharing graphic SUL content with minors, allegedly trying to groom them. Yes, it went there.
Wow.
On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down.
No, you just put a set of rules in the Discord server, and you say you will get to it as soon as possible. But the reality is, this is not a legally binding issue. Discord servers are a wild west of content, and it's almost impossible to fully police something. And I think my channel, or my Discord server, has like 35 people in it, and even then, it's wildly impossible to actually block everything from that. The Click's probably got, what, 10,000 people on his server? It's almost impossible, and I would never, ever fault a mod for not seeing something. Now, if a mod is actively pushing something, then yeah, that might be a little bit of a difference, but I don't know, Illuminati's stretching here.
In your server, or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way. This is and always has been unacceptable. Click, I hope you have learned to not tolerate such behavior in your server. I truly regret ever being friends with you.
Wow.
I want nothing to do with you, and I can only hope that I will no longer be associated with you after all of this.
What she's accusing the Click of is terrible and shocking if it
and
were
impossible
true. It would be
to
completely
prove.
Unforgivable behavior and a truly toxic, abusive
I guess you could prove if you got screenshots, but apparently she didn't even put screenshots up of this.
power from a fellow creator. But it also seems really weird to just double down on things somebody else is accusing you of. For instance, she claims here that the Click has a troubling history of using slurs, and to be fair, he does. I mean, yeah, but the Click accused her of weaponizing this as her main point against.
Does he use the N-word every other half second? That'd be pretty entertaining kind of to watch that video, because I'd be too afraid to use that word, but maybe in Sweden, maybe he's like, yeah, I can do that.
him. And here she is doing just that again. I have a little trouble believing that Blair cares so deeply about someone else using slurs when she herself has allegedly used those slurs.
Okay, so this is the word that... That was as early as 2019, too. Oh, that's funny.
Far more recently than the Click. But where the video takes a definite turn from confusing to straight up sus is when Blair talks about Wonderstruck.
When it comes to discussing Wonderstruck, his actions are some of the most confusing I've had to deal with.
Throughout her time talking about Wonder, Blair makes a number of rebuttals and claims, and look, there are far too many things to bring up right now. Like nearly 20 minutes of that entire video are spent.
Okay, I don't know who Wonder is, but man, you got a weird, weird intro and everything else as a character. Does Wonder always have a mask on, or are they usually an animated type creator? I don't know. I've never seen their videos.
Talking about Wonder directly.
They're probably
a lot of it
content
has
video.
to do with Wonder's financial arrangement as an employee of Blair's. I'm going to focus instead on the bigger allegations from Blair here, the greatest hits, if you will. First up, her entire work/personal dynamic with Wonder. Throughout this explanation, she reveals that Wonder, in May 2021, moved out to Colorado to live in a house with Blair.
Why would you do that? What are you, Wonder?
And
Third wheel.
Media. And Blair alleges that Wonder was living at the house free of charge, no rent, no utilities, nothing.
During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas. Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in
Okay, well, let me get this straight. So you have Oz move out to Colorado, or sorry, not Oz. You and Oz are in Colorado, so the only thing that makes sense is you guys are roommates and or dating. Okay, so that's Illuminati and Oz Media. And then you guys invite Wonder to the house. But it sounds like Oz Media bought this house only in his name, not in Illuminati's name, the way that's kind of spoken. Which means Illuminati. It doesn't matter if Illuminati's not making any money. This is a deal between him and Oz. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you claiming ownership over a house you apparently don't own any equity in?
April 2021, and he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But if this is Oz's house, then it doesn't matter if like Illuminati, were you paying Oz Media rent, or is it just because you were dating Oz at the time that that you didn't have to pay rent and felt more entitled to it? I don't know. There's some missing info here.
And on top of that, Blair claims she hired Wonder as an editor for her side channel, Illuminaughtii, TEA, in an admittedly easy job.
Wonder was hired on June 7th, 2021, and was salaried at $50,000 a year.
That's pretty high. Okay. That's all normal stuff.
His only task was to edit short clips from any live streams that I did so that I could post them onto my secondary channel, Illuminaughtii.
But from here, Blair paints a picture of a man who was basically lazy, like ungrateful.
Okay, so she hired not Oz, she hired Wonderstruck for $50,000 a year. Pretty generous for an editor, especially if you're basically letting them live at the house for free. That's actually a pretty decent deal. But I want to see how far this goes.
Not able to meet deadlines. She even alleges that he made inappropriate comments in company forums.
Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces. He made inappropriate comments on forums that were visible to other employees. He didn't.
How many employees does this company have? So what? Oz Media, Illuminati, Wonder. I guess they might have more editors. They might have more writers at this point. I don't know if Illuminati is big enough to have a writer. And then the sad milk stuff. But you can't really bring in the sad milk stuff if that stuff was all just kind of fun and not really, I don't know.
Didn't complete tasks that were assigned to him, and he failed to follow company protocol.
Throughout the rest of her segments on Wonder, Blair addresses the allegations of wage theft, missed payments, and so on. I want to share this bit about a car Blair bought for Wonder. This is a bit of a longer clip.
Interesting. Why would you buy a company car for someone? Oh, wait. Did she buy a car as in Wonder would have to make payments on this car, so it wasn't a company car? Okay.
Bear with me for a second.
There were 2 outstanding instances that voided our agreement and constituted.
Okay. She bought a BMW for Wonder for someone who makes $50,000 a year. Why would you buy a BMW for someone who doesn't have a car? That's $588 a month. That's okay. So let me get this right. So $50,000 a year minus taxes, between $38,000 and $40,000, give or take, probably 42. $588 a month. If you're not paying rent, this is probably fine. But why would you get someone a BMW? Okay, the vehicle will register and reside in. Okay, so he's. It says rental, so he's renting the car. Okay, insurance, that's normal. Okay. Fine. Owner will be listed. Okay, fine. Maintenance fees or damage will be provided by BMW. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this is this is a weird contract, but for the most part, it's not horrible. But it looks like so it looks like she bought this car for Wonder to pay it off, basically. Still, why would you buy a BMW for an employee? That's stupid. Especially, maybe if this employee was $250,000, but why not just buy a junker car? It costs $3,000. You know, they could make a couple of payments over the course of 12 months at like $300 each. I mean, or better yet, don't even get him a car until he's got his first paycheck from you guys. Because that's stupid. There's so many stupid things wrong with this conversation. Why would you do this? I guess one reason would be control. If you control where Wonderstruck lives, if you control what Wonderstruck drives, if you control basically all the money that Illuminati was giving to Wonderstruck was going back to Illuminati in one way or another. So that's interesting. It's definitely a full control point.
The repossession of my vehicle.
Very
the
sketchy.
first was the proof of insurance that Wonder never provided. Due to multiple defaults by Wonder in our contract, I felt that I had.
What do you mean proof of insurance? He doesn't need to provide you with proof of insurance. He just needs to provide, I guess, he shouldn't need to, he just needs to provide the, I guess, No, he still wouldn't need to provide proof of insurance because if he gets into an accident, he provides proof of insurance then. That's not on you. You are signing the card to him and then you are, okay, I don't know what the heck is going on with this contract.
Had no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was my property because...
No, you can't just repossess a vehicle if he's making payments on it. That's not how this works. If he's making payments on the car, it doesn't matter if he has insurance or not. The insurance is going to get him in trouble in other regards, not you, necessarily. What? You can't just repossess a car if he's making payments on it.
I am the one who owned it. When I landed in Austin, Texas, I called the non-emergency Austin PD 311 number to explain the situation to them.
Cops don't care. They'll go and help you repossess it, but they're not going to do anything about it. Okay, so here's the thing. He was in Texas, so for whatever reason, if he was still making payments on it, there's nothing wrong here. He can have it in any state in the country, and that wouldn't do anything against this contract. You can't just force someone to stay within a certain area with a car. You can't be like, you can't leave this city for whatever reason until you've paid this car off. That's not how that works. As long as they're still making payments, legally it's still theirs. It doesn't matter if they have insurance or not.
So on July 29th, 2021, I was able to get a hold of my vehicle and I took back my property.
Okay, so let me get this straight. She basically stole the car. She legit stole the car back, which, if anything, she might be in the wrong. Man, that's Fred. That just looks like a normal trash.
In 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled. Trash was littered in the car. It contained dirty clothing, which consisted of, like, I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and, like, maybe 3...
Ooh, look at that crack there. I mean, I don't see any major damage aside from that crack and whatever the heck that scuff is on the front of the car.
Mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of the windshield, and for some reason,
That looks like one of those cracks you get when you're behind a truck and a rock hits it. I would have gotten that fixed from the BMW dealership right away.
In the front passenger seat was somehow broken.
Okay, those things break all the time.
The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point, I was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further.
I still think that based off of that contract, whether or not that contract's legal or not, this might have been an illegal repossession. And she could potentially be sued for this. Because if you're making payments on the car and you're not behind on payments at all, then technically this would be an illegal repossession.
The main reason I wanted to bring this up is because this is the exact point where Blair's video turns from explainer to malicious weaponized petty that attempts to use somebody's mental health as a way of undercutting their arguments. That will get you expelled straight out of Petty University. Yeah, there's an entire section of the video specific.
This is why you stay on YouTube with stuff, guys. You don't create collab groups where you live in each other's houses. Just don't do it. I don't care. Just don't do it. Live next door in an adjacent apartment, not in the same place.
About Wonder's mental health, like I alluded to. I'm really not going to show this because if I'm being honest, Blair shouldn't have shown it herself. It's not her f***ing place. Like, it's literally receipts.
What the hell did she show?
Of Wonder threatening self-harm.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's another thing that's really bad on YouTube. It's really bad in a lot of places. Jeez.
Yeah. To put it bluntly, she literally posted Wonder's alleged unaliving note. And I can't use the actual word.
Why would you post that on YouTube? What's wrong with you, Illuminati? I mean, yeah, if you think it's going to make your case better, it's not. People are going to throw you off a cliff if you even post that. You're trying to paint someone as unstable? That's not how you do it.
That I should use here. But think about that. His note about his deeply personal situation, she posted it in what's supposed to be an apology video.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is an apology video. Wonder, why did you even send this to Illuminati?
For
She's
millions
obviously
of
the
strangers
abuser
to
in
read
this
on the
regard.
internet without his consent, I fucking can not. That makes me furious. And she posts this while also discussing Blair's attempts to get Wonder professional help, which sounds nice, until she reveals that this is her own therapist, which therefore creates a conflict of interest.
Maybe. I mean, if it's a good therapist, they're not going to share information between the two patients. That's not really a conflict of interest.
Shocking how that works. I mean, if only someone could have predicted that giving your employee a recommendation to your own therapist might not be a great idea.
That's not a problem if the therapist is following standard rules. You can have, let's say you're at a company that has one therapist on staff. Everyone in the same company could have the same therapist as long as they're actually following HIPAA guidelines. It doesn't matter. If they're sharing information with your employer, it's a problem. But if they're not sharing the information, this is a red herring, I think.
Yeah, she shares screenshots of her discussion with that therapist about Wonder.
Yeah, I get that. That's fine, but that's her discussion about Wonder. That's still personal between her and her therapist. If it's not the therapist telling her Wonder's, personal history. I think there's a bit of a mix-up here.
Which is so monumentally up, in my opinion, and saying that she's censoring sensitive information to protect Wonder, but if you...
I think what Wonder did was they messaged Illuminati saying, they were feeling really depressed. I think that's what happened. And then, I think the therapist is a whole separate scenario that had nothing to do with this in the first place.
Really, if you really cared about any of that, Blair, then why are you talking about this at all? People like me have unearthed some personal information while researching this, but I would never share that. Why would you think it's okay? Let's be complete.
Because it's YouTube and people don't care. They want drama. That's what they want, and that's how YouTube works.
Be honest for a second here. Unlike many of these other claims Blair makes throughout her video, she doesn't explain why she's sharing any of these details to her audience, which at the time the video was posted consisted of 1.7 million subscribers. Imagine
Wow, she went from 1.7 to 1.2? That's a 500,000 subscriber loss, the majority of which is probably the active subscriber base. For instance, I have 4,000 subscribers, but my active is much lower in most days. I get half of that, and so half of my subscriber base is active at any one point, which is still good for me, and my $1.50 a day.
Sharing his personal mental health things to 1.7 million subscribers. I don't know why Blair did this, but my take...
Because she's an idiot.
This is the most blatantly manipulative thing Blair has done throughout the course of this entire controversy, and a prime example of power abuse, allegedly. This, in my opinion, is the most blatant example of something the Click mentioned in his thread.
Yeah, I don't know why she would bother doing that, because that's obviously not going to paint her in a good light. I mean, she's trying to make him sound mentally unstable and a danger to her, I guess, but that's not a very convincing argument, especially considering, I don't know, because it doesn't sound like Wonder was going to do anything to her. It sounds like he was talking about doing things to himself. So, I don't know. That just seems to have backfired, obviously.
About Blair weaponizing information about a person. Wonder had personal ideations. Wonder is crazy. And if I were to add more to this point, this is demonstrating instances of what is referred to as DARVO, D-A-R-V-O, a concept we've covered quite a lot here in these docs. DARVO stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and...
Honestly, that's basically the entire drama community. both like the ultra left and ultra right. This is all they ever do to each other.
Offender. The perpetrator or offender may deny the
entertaining to watch on the
behavior,
outside, I guess.
attack the individual doing the confronting, and reverse the roles of victim and offender, such that the perpetrator assumes the victim role and turns the true victim or the whistleblower into an alleged offender. Blair, the alleged offender here, started this controversy by wrongly accusing innocent people of plagiarism, attempting to weaponize her followers on Twitter against them. And
yeah, that's the thing. The bigger creator you are, the more likely you're going to have a lot of followers who are willing to do a bunch of crazy, random nonsense to basically they become an army for you. And you can, and anytime someone says, "Oh, don't go attack this specific person. Don't ever do this," guess what? You're going to have 100,000, 200,000 people literally go do that because they're not going to listen to you. It's an exact opposite of what they're going to say, and that's how it always works.
as a result, a multitude of people came forward exposing her own instances of alleged abuses. Instead of cleanly apologizing, she had denied, attacked, and reversed who is the victim, like Wonder and his mental health, and played herself off
really
as
stupid.
the victim, trying to make him and others the offender. These are pretty classic deflection tactics, and because, you know, this is a Swoop doc, y'all know I like to arm you with information on how to better protect yourself against harmful behavior.
I actually like Swoop here because, and we may watch some of their other videos. Their videos are very long, which you're going to find out when you watch my video, because it's probably going to hit the 4-hour mark, by the way. I really like how they go into a lot of stuff, although their use of dictionary words tends to be a little rigid. Dictionary use from YouTubers always tends to be a little too rigid, because there's never an exact, this is exactly what this means in response to any one specific topic.
Like this. So real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Here are some ways on how to identify if someone in your life is using Darvo to gaslight you. Constant denial. Denial is the hallmark of the Darvo strategy. If someone denies their behavior anytime you confront them about an issue, you are likely in a Darvo.
Hey, look, there's a quote. See, this is what you're supposed to do at the bottom. See where it says marriage.com/Janie Jacobson, licensed social worker? This is probably where this quote kind of came from. That's kind of what you're supposed to do in most videos when you're actually posting like not a quote. Well, I guess it'd be a quote or it'd be a citation. That's kind of how you're supposed to cite things, at least from a you know, an actual like ethical standpoint, which I rarely ever see YouTubers do this.
Relationship. Deflection. The abuser can avoid taking accountability for the behavior if they take the focus off of themselves and deflect onto someone else, usually the victim. Minimizing the behavior, which leads the victim to believe they were overreacting and that the abuse wasn't as bad as they perceived it to be, and diminishing your credibility.
Yeah, the problem with people who are victims of Darvo is it's hard for them to tell that they're the actual victim. So it becomes this whole like not just a he said she said scenario, but a when is enough, when is too much enough, and then how long does it take for them to finally snap?
If you tell others about the abuser's bad behavior, they will likely tell people that you are crazy or somehow out to get them. Please, if y'all take one thing from this doc, please know that Darvo tactics are abusive. It is a form of gaslighting, and if someone is trying to manipulate you,
it's a very I was going to say good. It's a very effective form of gaslighting.
You like this, you are not overreacting. Your feelings are valid, and there are resources available online to help you better understand how to respond to this type of abuse. Please protect yourself, and if you need help, there are crisis support teams like RAIN available 24/7 to help guide you through this. You are never alone, even when you feel like you are. And in fact, I'm going to make a donation to RAIN. Deciding that right now. I'm going to make a donation to RAIN from the sponsorships out of this video to make sure that services like that remain intact for those of you who need it. I think you get the point of what's going on in this video, though, from Blair.
Little smart. Oops, sorry. I smashed into the side of my desk. The smart business strategy here from Swoop here. She said she's gonna make a donation from the sponsorships. So it's a let's say the sponsors paid her 10 grand. She might put $2,000 in towards the sponsorships, but she didn't say she's gonna do it also based off the views and the income on the views, which is smart because this thing got like 1.8 million views, so she didn't have to deal with that part of it.
Aside
Just
from
little
the
business
very brief moments where Blair claims to be apologetic over her actions, she spends the bulk of the 42-minute video rationalizing her own actions, centering herself as a victim of her former collaborators. Some of the audience were supportive of Blair's claims throughout, but most were outraged by many of the claims she made against the Sad Milk Boys throughout.
And Wonder, I do want to thank you again.
It's pretty bad when I think Blair released the video first. It's pretty bad when a good massive chunk of people automatically downvote that video before anyone else responds to it.
As I previously had verbally done so for editing that
automatically
video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas.
Just a thought, if Blair really wanted to set the record straight, there are 2 things that she could have done that could have prevented this from going nuclear.
Don't use Twitter. If you use Twitter, just post generic random nonsense. Don't use real thoughts.
Number 1, do nothing. I know that's not, the average person's favorite option. It's boring to
It's the best option on YouTube, honestly. If you do something really stupid, your best option is 1, delete the video. And 2, do nothing. It's dumb, I know. But your best option is to do absolutely nothing and ignore all controversy. It's the only thing, because guess what? The majority of people on YouTube have really short memories. A lot don't care. But if you make it a problem for them, they're going to care. And these same people will hound you for years. And that's where you have people that end up being lolcows and things like that. Like I think it was Boogie or whatever his name is. And people will just spend years of their life tormenting these people because they don't ever let it go.
The general public who wants to know about these things, but it's boring for a reason. Remember recently when Sunny V2 said some really heinous transphobic shit about Chris from Mr. Beast making...
Yeah, this is a perfect example. The Sunny V2 approach. I watched this video, so I can't react to it, but he did literally nothing and ignored everyone, and his channel got even more popular.
The claim that Chris basically is a business liability to Jimmy simply for living as his authentic self.
Probably over 1 million
it was
now.
Disgusting. And I even said so myself when I first found out about it. And yet Sunny V2 said nothing. And he posted through it, and as you can see, ding, ding, ding,
Nothing
bad happened to that sketchy-ass Australian at all. And let's be real, let's address the elephant. I can think of another YouTuber who was called out with extensive evidence about racism and homophobia who never really addressed anything except in an Instagram story and is still provably perpetuating racism and prejudice and is doing just fine, just as predicted. I am currently too exhausted to...
I want to know who that is.
Point out all of the new shit. I have seen it. It is there. It is still actively happening. No one seems to notice, but you get the idea. But my point is, Blair could have just done nothing.
Now you tell me.
Is it the right thing to do? No.
No, but it's the smart thing to do. And I'm not saying Blair is in any way to be forgiven for any of the crazy nonsense she has done. But it's so smart on YouTube to just ignore any and all criticism. It just is. If this is not this is not going to affect most people in a court of law in any way. It's the best option is just to ignore it.
Would this next part have happened if she had just shut the hell up? Also, no. Directly after Blair posted her video, the Click posted that he was going to release a video of his own.
Ooh.
Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece.
Okay, is this the Click's real voice, or does his voice sound way better?
Video on myself and OT back in 2021.
Because I
when
think
Wonder
she's
left,
speeding
she
it up
retracted
a
her
bit.
support by removing her comment under the video. A situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think it's time I talked about.
Like, if his voice was slower, I think it'd be amazing. So I'm going to guess that the Click's voice doesn't sound like this, and it's because of an editing quirk.
Got it.
On Monday, May 2nd, 2023, the Click released his side of the story that seems to directly debunk many of Blair's allegations against him, as well as raising up a few allegations of his own against her. He starts by addressing the Discord situation, revealing that Blair's allegations of Click not dealing with an alleged predator didn't hold up because of a little something called time zone.
Okay, that's a little interesting. So was the click just not online? I mean, okay, so if you have a Discord channel, how often do you spend in your own Discord channel? I'm online maybe 45 minutes a day on my channel, all right? The click is a much bigger channel. He's obviously going to be working on his actual YouTube channel. Why would he be in his Discord all the time, let alone have mods and potentially 24/7? They probably have shifts. They're doing it for fun. They're volunteers. This is not something that you can just like... Anyway.
The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation.
Was it for like 2 weeks? Did they not resolve it for 2 weeks? Because, yeah, okay, if you leave someone alone for 2 weeks posting crazy, heinous nonsense and you actually have mods on your channel, okay, fine, I can see that. But if it's within 24 hours or 48 hours, then that's not a time zone problem.
Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 a.m., and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned.
So he was already banned. What the freak?
I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14.
Carl. Yeah.
10 a.m. my time zone. However, her statement in these DMs about click knowing is very odd.
Okay. Click. Why would anyone know? Okay, how many people are in the server? If there's 10 people in the server, maybe Click might know. If there's 30,000 people in the server, no, that's not how this works. What? And her own staff are in that server, so they should be able to ban it, right? Okay, I'm not sure about that last sentence there, but okay.
I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep.
So I don't know about you, but if you sent me a DM at 2 a.m. in the morning,
I'm not
there's
answering
a very good chance that I wouldn't see it right away, okay? It's just last
I answer DMs I tell everyone I'll answer your DM within 7 days.
life. Now, Click continues by saying that
this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000...
Oh, yeah, 44,000 members, okay? That's insanity. Jeez. Discord is also incredibly difficult to moderate. It's a bit better the last 3 months or so. They added a few new features, but a year and a half ago or a year and a quarter ago when this actually happened, no. There was like almost no real easy way to moderate any server over 500 people, let alone 40,000 members. Jeez, and I wonder if there's even more now.
1,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative...
Oh yeah, Discord's really bad about that, but that's a Discord problem, not a Click problem.
Individuals and communities using their platform. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Click's Discord issue, it's a Discord issue.
And yeah, Discord's just bullshit. Most people who actually are creators don't even have open Discords like the Click. They only have paid Discords.
What he's saying about Discord is quite true. Like CNN reported in 2022 that in just the first half of 2021 alone, Discord removed nearly 11,000 exploitative content servers, nearly double.
Only 11,000 servers? Jeez. I'm surprised it wasn't more.
The amount they removed the year before.
In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being at sleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond was...
Huh, it's weird. This is really conveniently timed to when the Click was sleeping.
Shown in her video or allegations, and the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself, and here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the warpath, it seems. Number 2, Click using abhorrent language.
Click follows this up by briefly talking about his use of slurs and admits that he has, in fact, used those slurs, but he also has an issue with how Blair frames this situation.
Before we move on,
framing is always perfect, isn't it? 'Cause you can frame anything any way you want on YouTube or anywhere. Just anything can be twisted to your own personal favor, no matter who it is, right?
I'm going to point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I...
Yeah, I mean, if you were never going to be friends with someone who used that language at any given point, and you didn't say anything to them in the chat the first time, like if you'd been like, hey, I don't like it when people use that language, and they kept using it, then maybe you could use this as an argument. But if you don't tell them and you just ignore it, you're just as guilty by omitting that.
I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020.
That's the thing. It's derogatory in the US primarily in a lot of areas, but it's not derogatory in a lot of countries. I've got a lot of friends in a lot of different countries, and that word in multiple languages doesn't always mean the same thing.
Personally stopped using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content. I personally don't find the world too outrageous.
A lot of people who make all these complaints and everything about these specific words don't care. They're terming it online, and they're only coming from a Western perspective. They're not using any perspectives from different countries, which is, I think, a little disingenuous.
Outrageous, and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world. But I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought
all
up
the
to
time
me by
on
my
YouTube
fans.
still.
Okay, so on one hand, given what the video shows of Oz saying that Blair didn't even mention being upset about these things until after Click left, it's for sure a little...
Which means she didn't care until she could use it against them in another video. She's hoarding information, which bad. Now, hoarding the use of the R word is more of an annoyance, but if she's hoarding any other information, that's even worse.
Thus, that Blair suddenly started to care in spite of you using slurs that she said on multiple occasions should never be condoned. On the other hand, Click, honey, darling, sweetie pie. Okay, you're so close here. It's not the time or place, but just a quick disclaimer here. If anybody tells you slurs ain't cool, you're not the one who gets to decide whether they're a big deal or not. I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah, sure. But like I said, a slur in one country is not a slur in another. So who's going to decide what the slur is and what it means in each country? Because you can't just say this is a slur in my country and that trumps what it means in your country. So I don't know. I disagree a little bit with Swoop here. Yeah, it's a slur in the U.S. for the most part. A lot of people still use it. Is it a really, really bad slur? It depends on who you're talking to. A lot of people don't even use it as a slur. The people who are using it as a slur are using it when they're actually using it towards people who may have a disability of some kind. And then it's just an actual slur. But, when you use it against... It's a word, okay? Everything's a word. The F word used to be a type of clothing way back in the Middle Ages. I mean, the reality is, every country is going to take slurs at a different rate and what they actually mean by that. And lumping everyone into the same box just because YouTube happens to be majority US is not a way you can really do this.
Clarify. Back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago. And at the time, I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay? If you say a bad word that's in a movie clip, by the way, and you're in a different country, it doesn't mean the same thing necessarily. It's not necessarily the same issue. So you can't just I guess police it. You can't police it based off of your own country. That's not how this works.
Sorry about the statements, and I apologize to anyone who feels affected.
Yeah, people, it's really, really easy to not use the N-word. I think Click understands.
Okay, so it was the N-word, okay? But like I said, he's in a different country. He was referencing a movie, but guess what? We used it in a movie ourselves. I don't understand why you're bashing someone for using a word when it's one used in our own media. And 2, he's not even in our country. So it's a different connotation here. That's insanity. That is like... Man, policing the internet's got to be ridiculous.
Is that now, so we will move on to what happens next.
Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 a.m. that Salty Click ILluminaughtii will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from...
Great. Wait, what? Okay, so let me get this straight. They're like, we're leaving the channel. And then the Illuminati's page automatically puts this out. Okay, that's just like accusing them right off the bat. And they had Sadmilk retweet it. Oh my gosh. Jeez, that's effectively accusing them of being... That's bad. That's bad.
Illuminaughtii saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one...
But if you post it right after someone leaves your group, it sounds like you're accusing them of that thing. That's a low blow.
That I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminaughtii and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Why would she do this? I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best.
The biggest bombshell Click drops in his video, though, has to do with the concept of alleged smear campaigns.
Oh yeah, wasn't she known for like subbotting?
Led by Blair. The initial examples that Click shares are a little sus, but only really paint the picture of, at worst, the wrong kind of petty person. Where it gets worse is here.
As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sadmilk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got
okay.
banned from, in this case, one topic Discord, and they spent hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and got at the very least.
So she's using fake accounts? Okay.
It turns out even the random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately.
Okay, so she has a subbot in a or a couple of subbots in a Discord or in a not Discord, maybe her Reddit thread, right? And she's hyping up her parasocial, followers to basically go on smear campaigns.
Now,
smart.
keep in mind, I
Horrible way to
condensed
do it,
this
but smart.
very long clip of a part where Click drops receipts on Blair for nearly 8 minutes straight. And that's before he drops the real coup de grace.
Really? There's something even worse? Oh, sorry. Allergies are bad today.
Here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt. More specifically,
okay.
The R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find Click saying the R slur in Sadmilk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sadmilk video but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. I mean...
Yeah, okay, yep. That's definitely smear campaign stuff.
This is just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private.
Yeah, someone brought it up that she used that word all the time on Shop to the Point with Tommy C. So obviously, only her history matters when she can delete it.
Am I supposed to take this seriously, man?
I mean, look, I only have this one little receipt myself of Blair
No, she used it all the time on the Tommy C's channel. That was actually proven.
Directly using this word. But the fact that receipts exist, even if it's her quoting someone who called her that, is really fucking rich. Like, especially since she once said, and I quote,
Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now.
She's a liar. She's absolutely a liar.
Now, because it was never appropriate. So based on what I have seen, she, along with some staff and others, would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us.
Yeah, it's basically a hug box. That's exactly what this is. A lot of people sit in it's the same thing with, your favorite news sites or whatever. People will literally hype each other up about everything
I don't
else.
care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my god. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. She held on to this information for years just to use it as an attack against someone. So if anyone is ever friends with her, she will basically make a folder on you.
I'll know one thing that I hate is when someone exploits vulnerable communities as a strategy for carrying out their own nefarious bullshit. Allegedly. The amount of times I'm going to say allegedly in this video.
Allegedly.
Chapter 5, some other comments. Content warning, self-harm, and depression. Here is iilluminaughtii having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing
Okay, so this is her proving that she has alt accounts.
a draft. I saw in the Sandmilk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft...
So she's talking to herself with alt accounts.
Matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called dubious on Reddit. This is the truth about Sandmilk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth.
To put it bluntly, the Click and countless other creators had been targeted with harassment by an account called dubious for months. There is a reason why people have decided to liken this situation to creepshow art.
So this...
Yeah, I don't know what happened with creepshow art. Someone's gonna have to tell me.
This is actually
but I'm
Blair,
guessing she created a bunch of fake accounts.
Making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account, spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image.
Wait a second. I wonder. This actually might be something interesting. So, when the Click's initial Discord issue popped up, you know, with that weird 19-year-old and the 12-year-old, it was very odd to see that happen at 2 o'clock in the morning. Very convenient, you would have to say, that happened specifically at that time frame, knowing that the Click was probably sleeping. What do you want to bet the 19-year-old account and the 12-year-old account were fake accounts from iilluminaughtii? I bet you she planned this in advance because I think what happened was she wanted to basically force a ton of her mods out of the server. So I'm pretty sure she planned this in advance with fake accounts and then held on to that information. Because if you had that information about, you know, a child predator in a Discord server, you don't hold on to that information. You tell someone right away if you have it, which means this had to be manufactured because you can't just hold on to that. That's incredibly dangerous and sketchy as heck. So... no, she had to have manufactured that. This might be a tinfoil hat theory, but I'm pretty sure that both of those accounts were fake accounts specifically set up by her to cause this massive issue within her channel. And dubious is probably one of like 7 to 10 accounts she actually has.
Image. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things.
Yeah, because she's talking to herself in like third person.
It's creative differences. Click is a liar, and not to acclaim someone topic is friends with someone while pretending to be...
Okay, let me rephrase this. That's the internet. That's not crazy. That's diabolical. But I can see this. People doing this all the time.
Wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account.
This account tried to boost the allegations of Click's use of slurs, all while harassing countless creators in an attempt to, I don't know, weaponize and turn more people against the Click.
And it keeps going.
I'm surprised you didn't make a mistake, though. And look, if you're going to have an alt account, make sure it's on a completely separate computer. A lot of people forget to sign out of their alt accounts and then make posts.
When Click said the N-word. Here is the same account, dubious on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues,
Yeah, this is where I think that the Discord stuff is totally made up. I'm pretty sure, just based off of this nonsense, I could totally see allegedly Blair creating multiple fake accounts on Discord and setting up this whole thing at specifically at 2 a.m. Oddly convenient around that time for when the click wouldn't even be on or be able to see it, and the majority of mods would be off and on throughout that point. That is probably what happened.
Milk members, community members,
allegedly.
You name it. You name it. This was Blair all along.
In case you couldn't tell by that clip, that is easily the single most shocking allegation in this entire Illuminati saga.
It's not shocking, honestly. I can totally see a lot of creators doing this. It sounds shocking if you from an outside perspective, but there's so much weird nonsense that happens on YouTube and Twitter and all these places. Having sock puppet accounts is honestly a norm at this point.
Here's Vamps getting the same posts. Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, dubious schmerz. Illuminati's right there with their alt account.
Yep.
This isn't some.
And she probably still has
YouTuber
multiple
beef.
alt accounts.
And the screenshot Click shares at the end of Oz Media telling Blair to stop effing around as doobie schmerz.
Oh.
I'm not going to directly
Oz only
come out
knew
and
about
say
that
anything
one, huh?
about
So
this.
Oz was part of this nonsense for a while,
I'm not going to say
huh?
the words Illuminati made an alt account to harass a creator because of some vague grudge that she disguises as social justice, but in all actuality might be based in some kind of weird inter-creator jealousy. Nope, I'm not going to say that at all. But should you decide to clip those words and pretend I did say them, let it be known that I once again throw up the graphic and said that this is all ALLEGEDLY. Allegedly. Honestly, y'all, allegedly merch is coming, okay? I have heard y'all in the comments, you want it, you're gonna get it, allegedly. No, but for real. Now, we can argue semantics about who has the worst apology, who should be forgiven.
Who has the worst YouTuber apology? I don't know, that list is pretty big.
Versus who should be left for the streets, but instead, let's just be petty. I want to make it very clear that understanding the Illuminati rabbit hole means resigning yourself to the fact that you are almost exclusively going to be eating, drinking, sleeping, breathing, and basically just living inside the world of Illuminati for days. I've been following this story since it began on April.
Yeah, this is my first jump into this series, and holy crap. There's a lot of YouTuber drama, but this one's pretty crazy.
20th, 2023, and the way it's continued to accelerate every single day has been almost...
By the way, a new video came out 10 days ago, and it's now dealing with a bunch of lawsuits.
Overwhelming for myself and my incredible team to keep up with. It's a lot. Just when you think there's a bottom to this well you've been thrown into, nope. Bitch, it's a bottomless pit. You all should see the beast of an edit that my doc is just right here in this very moment where I'm saying this right now. Look at the timeline, look at the edits, and I still got so much more to cover. By this point...
Man, do you see how many edits? That looks fantastic. My videos look like trash.
In the timeline, Blair's apology video had completely backfired on her. Before Illegal Eagle controversy, Blair had over 1.7 million subscribers. Right before Wonderstruck posted his video on May 11th, Social Blade shows that Blair had already lost more than 100,000 subscribers, with 60,000 of them dipping right after the Click posted his video. Today, as of recording this on May 29th, that number has dropped even further. Blair has lost over 180,000 subscribers and counting, as well as at least one...
She's down to 1.2 million as of right now. Might be a little higher, but she also hasn't posted a video in 2 months. Wow. So they actually went after her sponsors. Okay, so a lot of YouTubers will say don't go after sponsors, but honestly, the reality is YouTubers themselves won't go after sponsors, but you can't stop your viewers from saying that they hate everything you're doing, everything you're about, and then telling a sponsor about it. That's not how that works. As much as if I have a sponsor ever at some point and you hate everything I'm talking about, and I'm being like a crazy raging psychopath, yeah, go after my sponsor. Tell them I'm a psychopath. That's just all there is to it. I understand where a lot of creators will say don't go after sponsorships, But that's what creators shouldn't do. Creators should not go after sponsorships. Their viewers can do whatever they want.
Sponsor HelloFresh confirming via Twitter that they had dropped her. She's actually lost way more subscribers than even that. Before all of this, Blair was gaining 10,000 new subscribers every few days. So
I want 10,000 subscribers every few days. I get like 3.
Only has she posted negative losses, those losses don't really visually account for the 10,000 that she was regularly getting, which means she's actually lost way more than 180,000. When I was thinking about potential topics for future videos, my mind kept going back to the Sunny V2 situation about Chris and Mr. Beast. It really seemed at that point in time like we were about to see the fall from grace of a massive semi-anonymous video essayist, and then
nothing.
And then nothing. Sunny V2 never responded to the controversy, and
that was the smartest thing he could have ever done. And Illuminati would have been the smartest thing. She'd still be fine, probably. Most of these people probably we would have never heard about, because what's Twitter beef? The majority of people on YouTube don't care about Twitter.
Kept posting like nothing ever happened. And the controversy ended up not only not affecting him in the slightest, it actually preceded a massive amount of growth for his channel.
Yeah, because I had no idea who Sunny V2 was until that video came out.
So why did Blair fall so dramatically when Sunny V2 didn't? Like, it all boils back to these two options I said Blair could have taken before. Actually apologize or say nothing at all. Now, it's always tricky with YouTube apologies, let's be honest. Like,
YouTube apologies are always trash. If you do something really bad, just ignore it. Your best bet, delete the video and move on.
Do something sketchy and you apologize, and more often than not, it can turn out way.
To be fair, if it's your entire channel is like sketchy as heck, for instance, 8 passengers, you just end up in prison.
Worse for you. You didn't apologize personally enough, or you apologized too personally. You lied in your apology. You shared too much info. You allegedly stole a ton of women's money and then tried to get them to sign an NDA for a refund. I am looking at you, Brittany Dawn. I mean,
wait, what?
There is no universal right way to apologize. I've even made a whole ass video about this. Since the dawn of time, there's a common theme with influencers that seems to happen over and over again, and that is they f up. Like a lot. Like it's embarrassing.
Yeah, because most YouTubers are just random run-of-the-mill people. They are not trained in any way. They don't have any sort of PR team with them. They are themselves, the good and the bad.
And with the constant screw-ups come the inevitable, cringe-inducing, garbage-ass, dumpster-fire apology videos that both never disappoint and somehow always disappoint. Cheeky. But at least when—
There were some really bad apology videos in 2023. Ignoring the Illuminati one, there's some bad ones.
You apologize directly, sincerely, and acknowledge the long road ahead to doing better, you're letting people know that you know you did wrong, which is the first step to community healing and accountability. Like, it also goes great lengths to protect the victims and the vulnerable communities you have harmed. Like, again, just a little bit speaking—
Sorry, I didn't mean to pause.
From my own experience by Mikey, never addressing the microaggressions, racism, and homophobia discussed in my video. Some people have used her silence as a means to perpetually DM me, calling me a
interesting,
worthless N-word every time I upload a video. Guarantee you it'll happen as soon as I post this one. For 2 years, they've been doing this. Her silence tells them it's okay. Silence emboldens.
Now, okay. Yeah, okay. So once you get to a big enough channel size, you're going to get a bunch of whack jobs on your channel. I already have at least 2 people who hate me. One person's like, your voice sucks. You need to script better. And I'm like, I'm a reaction channel. I don't script anything. Are you insane? You got to listen to my nonsense no matter what. But, you know, I mean, you can't control your followers. You could say something, but guess what? It's going to make them even worse. So this isn't going to work. You can't control your followers in any way. And it just doesn't work like that. Followers do not care. A lot of them like to cause extra drama because it's fun. That's it. That's all they'll do it for fun. They won't do it because they like you. They do it because they know you're going to make multiple videos on it back and forth.
asshats to continue to be ignorant asshats. Silence breeds stupidity, and it can become dangerous.
Either side, it doesn't matter if you're silent or the most vocal person in the world. Your viewers don't give a shit. They do not care.
You know, it's a shitty deflection tactic, but something Blair could have done and, you know, not weaponized a man's mental health against him. Instead, she did neither. She released a 42-minute video in which she spends 20 minutes calling a man out for his depression, blasting his therapist's
I just can't believe 20 minutes was all about Wonder.
DMs, accusing him of being a lazy worker, and then accuses another man of creating an unsafe environment for children.
Look, if he was a lazy worker, just fire him. That's it. You don't have to bring any of that up. Man, I live in a place where if I get a new job and they call my old boss can only say a couple of things. They can be like, yeah, he showed up on time. Yeah, he was a good worker, but they can't even say if I was a bad worker. They can only be like, yeah, he showed up on time. Would you hire him again? Those are like the two questions they can ask, and you can kind of get around that in certain ways, but in a lot of ways you can't.
Children, all while hiding behind progressive vernacular relating to the slurs the clique used. You know, weaponizing things that will make people mad just because you seem to have some weird deep-seated resentment you won't let go of is weak. And in my opinion, that's what Blair did. I've said it before and I will say it again. If you're trying to cry wolf on racism, sexism, or any ism and you don't actually believe in practicing what you preach, that's virtue signaling, Blair.
Yeah, that's a YouTuber. YouTubers believe in one thing for the most part, the almighty dollar. If they can make money on it, that's what they believe in. Some of us do this for fun, but the reality is if I ever get to like 50,000 subscribers or 80,000 subscribers and I can actually turn this into a living potentially even as a reaction channel, a lot of times I'll probably be like, oh cool, I can actually make money from this, then it's no longer just a hobby. But for now, it's a hobby and I can be a little bit more relaxed on it. But for the most part, that's all that really matters for most YouTubers is how much can I make from this today?
And it makes it incredibly hard to believe in anything you say or trust any of your work when you're so willing to weaponize these things for personal gain. I mean, just speaking candidly, I've seen like a couple of Illuminaughtii videos in the past, but I remember that she did a video on Shein, and I have recently, like, you know, a few months ago, I've been approached by this company called Temu who would like—
Oh, geez. I don't know. Would I sell myself out to Temu? Maybe. Will they pay me $5 a day? That's a good enough amount, right?
To do a sponsorship. But I also wanted to research the company, and so I was trying to find some information, but then I came across a video that Blair did on Temu, and so I watched it thinking, okay, let me find out. And from my recollection, nothing in that video was about Temu. It was about this other company, and then it was more so about Shein again. And Temu, as I've learned, the business model is nothing like Shein, but there were a lot of
Temu's still a weird company, by the way. But I guess it's not the Scottish Landy problem. That was a bad one. A lot of YouTubers got sucked into that one.
Differences made that it was, she literally talks about someone else's unaliving in that video to use as evidence of something, but never draws any direct parallels. Like, it really, really bothered me because I'm like, it seems like is intentionally making this Temu company look very bad because she could use Shein in the title and none of the information tied to Temu. And so it made—
Well, that may not be Blair's fault if she's a voice actor. That sounds like her writer's fault. Sounds like writers were cutting corners at that point. And they also might not be calling Temu out entirely because Temu is one of those companies that might go through lawsuit status. I think Oompaville had an issue with Temu and almost got sued. So unlike Shein, Temu seems to be a little more litigious.
Made me call into question is this what most of her work is like? Does she do this all the time? Does she create some kind of point that's not related to the topic and then just like lead the audience to believe that it applies? Because I think that is pretty irresponsible deep dive journalism.
People just want to listen to stuff in the background. They don't really care. The majority of people are not going to change their mind about something. You know, like the Fire Festival, right? A lot of people just wanted to know what happened. They don't actually care if 100% of everything was correct in that deep dive. We watched one from the Internet Historian about it, and it was hilarious. And yeah, some of it was probably not 100% right. Did it really matter? No, it was an entertaining video.
And I take those things, you know, pretty seriously.
Most people don't.
Matter. Drawing random correlations that don't really exist, but trying to infer it just.
Facts matter to some people. Facts don't matter to a lot of people who watch YouTube. They just don't care. They're looking for entertainment that drones on them in the background while they're doing their actual work for the day.
For clicks and views is a problem. So that was like the second or third video I had seen of her, and I was like so turned off by it. And that was before any of this stuff came up. So then when I saw this stuff and people start calling credibility into account and like potential plagiarism and like all of this behind the scenes stuff, it was like, oh, my intuition about even that video on Timu, which was really about Shein again, was right. I don't know that I could trust things that she puts out there. We have someone else in this story that we need to hear from, whose story hasn't been heard in this recent scandal at all until right now in this video. Somebody whose story is so chilling, it completely redefines and in some ways solidifies everything that we have heard so far. Like, this is a story that started before nearly everything.
Illuminati is aware of how toxic and moral.
I've heard of this guy. All right? I didn't know he dated Illuminati. But this guy's a weirdo. He I don't know if I trust anything from this guy either, though. If this is the same devil's advocate that I think it is, I'm going to say they were both toxic to each other, like equally toxic to each other, because I don't know. This guy was a little odd.
Morally reprehensible these actions are, and has attempted to remove evidence from the internet by deleting her tweets and even editing down the private messages with other users in which she engages in these behaviors of bullying, threatening, to publicly ruin the images of people simply for disagreeing with her. All of these issues.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing that Illuminati totally does all that shit, but this guy is not a reliable witness in a lot of ways.
And behaviors stated here were just from the idea that someone might call her out. And I fear what might come afterwards.
So from the outside, that clip sounds like some random commentary channel talking about the current Illuminati controversy about Blair's pattern of
this guy dated her.
Behavior, her alleged abuse, her alleged paranoia, and providing their thoughts on it, right? Except this video was posted over 4 years ago. This is Blair's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, he goes by the username Azothan and is a former content creator who's since retired from YouTube. And he made a pair of videos.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say unreliable narrator for this guy. But, okay.
About Blair's alleged abuse back in April of 2019.
I'm gonna need another drink for this. Let me grab something 1 second. I need caffeine to continue with this. All right, let's listen to this train wreck.
Which accuses Blair not only of consistent emotional abuse, but actively conspiring to ruin other content creators, constant bullying of himself and others, as well as threats of litigation and even
obviously she's very litigious.
Possibly physical harm. He also makes the allegation that Blair tried doing something she accused r/ of doing, creating botnets in an attempt to get ahead on you.
I wonder if you can create a botnet. It'd probably be cheaper just to buy, views and, well, maybe not views, subs at this point, but I wonder if you could still create one of these. I bet you could. You would have to put everything through VPN, create custom profiles for everything. YouTube has a habit of deleting certain profiles. I don't know. It probably would be cheaper just to buy them.
YouTube. Now, Azothan's evidence comes from screenshots that he captured over Discord and text messages, but throughout the course of Azothan's story, he also details how he had to block Illuminati's phone number, only for her to call and allegedly harass him further from burner phone numbers. Sound familiar? Kind of like dubious and the alt accounts that she used to harass the clique and all their friends. Kind of like the Creepshow art stalking days. And it was after one of these sock puppet accounts, if you will, that he decided to record one of his phone calls with Blair.
Oh, this ought to be good.
It's important to call out bullying, lying, doxing, and threats. Unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that Illuminati has engaged in all of these behaviors. I feel that I must state up front that for the last 2.5 years, I was involved in a romantic relationship with the YouTuber known as Illuminati.
You know what's going to be a problem, though, in the next 10 years? AI copying of voices. A lot of people are going to get accused of a lot of crazy stuff. And if anything like Sora gets even more advanced, video evidence is going to be starting to get manipulated. So they're going to have a bunch of tools to figure that stuff out too. But this was obviously before that. But I wonder what's going to happen here.
This relationship ended recently, and while none of the facts stated here are related to that association, it would be dishonest for me not...
I was wrong. It was Azothan, not Devil's Advocate. That's a thread on Reddit. I'm an idiot.
to state this immediately.
I have seen your f***ing Twitter and the bull you've been spewing on there.
The harassment.
You asshat.
The abuse.
Because God knows why, because you're bitter about a breakup because your cash cow left you.
Now,
I mean, yeah, okay, that looks like it sounds like it was recorded, but it also sounds like it was edited a bit. So I don't know what the heck this guy was doing on Twitter, but I can guarantee you it probably was a bit of both of them being stupid.
I managed to get in touch with Azothan via email after I saw his absolutely heartbreaking videos about Blair, and he has given me permission to share with you our conversations. So I'm going to sort of recreate this story as I understand it of Azothan's allegations of abuse against Blair based on the YouTube videos and our...
So someone mentioned to me... because by the way, I split this into 2 recordings. Someone mentioned that Azothan refused to get on a call or a Discord message with another creator called Diesel, FPS Diesel. So it calls into question a lot of what Azothan says in this video. But I guess we'll just have to take it as is, because he was in their chat, I guess, but he refused to get online and say anything about it. So...
our email interviews. So by Azothan's account, the relationship that he had with Blair was complicated for a number of reasons, both financial and emotional. But he was very much in love with her at the time. While they were dating, which lasted off and on for about 2.5 years, Blair was still involved in Reddit-based content, and Azothan states that Blair was unhappy doing Reddit content.
Should I do Reddit content, guys, versus reacting to the videos you guys point me at? No. My voice is too dumb.
Which is why she pivoted into the commentary space.
This is an infinitely competitive person we're talking about, and she wanted to dominate the space while it was hers. An early friendship with Fresh helped mold her content, but also led her to believe that anyone else utilizing that general framework was a copycat. I listened to endless rants about Misery Box.
You know what's funny? Is everyone who calls people copying when they're doing Reddit content is hilarious. I love it. I love people being like, no, they're copying all my content. I'm like, you guys are literally stealing your content word for word from people on Reddit. Don't talk to me about you copying content. That's absolute garbage. You can copy whatever style you want on YouTube.
Deservedly. Bumfries and even Voicey here, being nothing more than mediocre mimics of herself and Fresh.
From here, Azothan makes the allegation that Blair used an r/controversy as a means to get ahead in the commentary space.
What fueled this was her anger at being so quickly outpaced by another channel. The others were merely nipping at her heels or falling behind. But r/, well, he was rocketing.
I remember r/ to a degree, but didn't something happen with that guy?
Past. And her statements regarding his content were even more scathing.
Oh, right. It was, they were thinking it was sub-botting or something like that. Okay. So here's the thing about sub-botting. If you didn't know, It's a lot more expensive than you might think. I had a channel before this at some point, which I don't have anymore. And I, did the dumb things like sub for sub and, bought some subs and things like that. Obviously, it tanks your channel in most cases, because what happens is when you post a video and you have it post to your subscribers first, it basically hits a wall because you have like, say, 10,000 subscribers that are complete trash. So YouTube's like, oh, well, 10,000 people automatically hate this video. Why would we push it further? So subbotting has problems when you push it out to your subscribers first. But it does give your channel more authority right at the beginning. But cost-wise, to get subscribers that stay, 1,500 subscribers is $150 or higher. Not the cheap ones. Sub ones never work. Those are temporary. You can get them for maybe a day and then they just fall off. But the ones that stay for a long time cost a lot of money. So unless r/slash was putting $10,000 into his channel to make 100,000 subs, it's unlikely. And even if they were subbotting, who cares?
Eventually, she utilized information and statistics provided by a larger YouTuber to create the video that many still remember. A video taken down not because she believed she was wrong ever, but taken down because she saw it negatively affecting her subscriber count. For weeks after this, though, conversations would revolve exclusively around her plans to continue her campaign against r/, from encouraging smaller channels to, and I quote, continue the effort against him, to creating an entirely different channel, purchasing her own bots, and show that the growth patterns matched, ultimately looking to spend around $4,000 on that endeavor.
Yes. YouTube beef.
I expressed a general belief that she had become obsessed over the situation and really needed to let it go. Over the next 2 weeks, this would lead to a rapid deterioration of our relationship and the eventual end of it.
What you just heard Azothan saying was that their relationship ending was directly linked to...
Creators should probably not date. Unless they're in completely two different fields and they don't even talk to each other.
Blair's level of obsession in taking down another YouTuber, even alleging that she was willing to spend $4,000 to create her own bot network just to take down a YouTuber she allegedly didn't like.
And then
okay, $4,000. I guess if you create your own custom bot network, that could work. I don't know. The amount of work involved for that, unless you have someone else doing it, would be intense.
And I asked you a simple yes or no question. Were you talking ill of me to other content creators? I even said I didn't think you were. It was just...
The answer is no.
I don't understand.
Who cares?
But now it's
you dodged it.
Now it might change to a yes because now I'm going to have to protect my ass.
Now, the following breakup that they had was messy, just like virtually every other breakup ever. But things got even more sour when Blair was allegedly acting sketchy during a separate beef with a creator named Miserybox, which, according to Azothan himself in our conversation,
I remember something about Miserybox. Weren't they like a crazy lunatic psychopath?
And may or may not even been that big of a deal at the time. Quote, I forgot the specific drama, but Miserybox was another big Reddit YouTuber whom Blair had disliked because he was having comparable growth while putting out content she said was, quote, shitty and derivative. I believe
all Reddit stuff is shitty and derivative.
He was caught being a drunken D-canoe and was ostracized.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's something else with that one, but
Tragically, she then threatened and harassed some of his former mods on Discord when they couldn't give her everything she wanted from the situation. So I asked Azothan if he could clarify what he meant by that last line, and he said this: not give her everything she wanted was basically she didn't want to credit the mods who got the audio and spread it.
Why would she credit anyone? Credit means nothing to a lot of people.
Originally, this was audio assets that she had used. And when one mod got...
Honestly, though, if I was a mod, I wouldn't want to be credited. I don't want someone pulling this up being like, oh, so you're the one who ratted me out. That would just put me up for a potential doxing. That's stupid. Why would you ever want to be credited?
Angry that she wasn't going to credit them, she threatened to paint the entire mod team as being the same as Miserybox, someone who had just been exposed. It looks like a case of Blair not crediting her sources, threatening to paint an entire mod group based on the actions of one who was mad about it. A lot of...
I mean... I don't even know why a mod group would want to be, because here's the thing. When you're in, when you have mods, a lot of your mods, you actually do have some personal information on. the last thing you want is to be to be ratted out as like the back door into your mod group. That's just gonna get you doxxed.
Vague threats and, oh, wouldn't it be a shame if I made a video making you look as bad as Misery Box?
Literally everyone is in the wrong here.
Standard bully stuff. And Azothan sent me a ton of screenshots and receipts, which I don't have time to cover all of that today, but this looks like another time years ago where Blair was allegedly suggesting that she would make an expose on innocent mods just because she didn't want to credit them for their work. And things just get worse from there. In regards to their relationship, Azothan told me that, quote, when Blair and I first began interacting romantically, I had recently left my home of 27 years and moved to a whole strange place, in addition to a breakup. To which he said Blair, quote, had hacked my ex's Tumblr account and found evidence that she cheated.
What do you mean hacked? How do you hack a Tumblr account? I don't know.
On me. And then he also said that
the only thing that makes sense there is he somehow had access to his ex's Tumblr account via a shared password, and she logged in from his phone or something, or his laptop or something like that. Because how would you even just randomly hack into someone's account unless they use a password of 1234? Because that just sounds borderline illegal.
She would, quote, take me to Vegas to confess her love, but had a backup ticket to send me home that night if I didn't reciprocate.
Okay, that's weird. Why?
Can you imagine being in that situation where you find out if you don't say you love someone back, they're literally going to like send you
well, he could have just said no and just gone to a different hotel. Is this guy flat out broke? Because if he's because that's
immediately
stupid.
Wait and fly you back home. Yeah, that's a lot. And then he goes on and says that she, quote,
okay, that would still be on him though. That's not her fault. Yeah, it's stupid that she would do that, but she'd be just wasting her money. And that's still all on him in this case. I don't understand.
Made a tell-all breakup video about us back in 2017 during one of our many breaks. So I want y'all to keep the phrase coercive control in mind, and we'll come back to that later.
That's the thing, though. In this case, I think Azothan is in just as much hot water here and being weirdly unreliable in their way of their narrating this weird nonsense, because it just sounds like he was a complete mooch in this case.
With Wonderstruck guy. But by Azothan's account, things were kind of hot and cold with Blair. Like sometimes the love she gave was great, and other times, well, y'all heard the phone calls, right? Now, Azothan also shared with me other manipulative...
I think he just clipped some things that were a little off here. I'm not defending Illuminati, but I don't know. This account's a little weird.
Or abusive behaviors that Blair allegedly did, including that she, quote, demand I spend my time exclusively playing Dark Souls 3 with her in my free time.
That's kind of weird. How obsessed with Dark Souls 3 are you?
Any attempt to go out to parties or karaoke or just make any social or emotional ties other than her were met with punishment, essentially isolating him from his family.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I mean, what kind of punishment we talking about here?
Support system, which is a very common manipulation tactic and a form of emotional abuse. But I wanted to know, like, what does Azothan mean by punishment?
Yeah,
well, according to him, it, quote, varied from verbal abuse to a couple days no contact to several weeks. When she did return from one of our breaks, it was with cruelly lurid stories about F-boys on Snapchat and all the fun that she had going.
Okay, so she's allowed to go up, but he's not? That's weird. And, okay. It just seems like they were both toxic to each other. I don't know. That was a little weird.
I'm just like, what in the actual like, I'm trying to...
Yeah, I know. I think Azothan's doing this one's a bit of weird, this section. Why is it even in here?
Because I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on this. Now, a little bit of context here too, though. Throughout the dying days of Azothan and Blair's relationship,
I think they were just trying to get back at each other in those cases.
Azothan claimed that Blair suggested the two of them should do a collab video to help support Azothan's
Okay. Ignoring this, why would you, if you are in an active relationship that's dying, why would you request a collab from this person? This is going to backfire.
Smaller channel. You know, working with his girlfriend, who, yeah, happened to have a huge platform, was exciting to him. But every time he asked...
I don't know. If my wife has a channel that has 2 million subscribers, I'm not going to ask her to do a collab because I'm a smaller channel. That's really manipulative in the opposite direction, because then I know I'm using that level of clout to boost my channel, and they're going to get nothing out of it. So that's really stupid.
Asked her about it, he was met with either silence or indifference or sometimes straight up cruelty. This persisted even...
She should have just said no. It would have just been easier. She should have said no, and he should have never pushed it.
Even more so after the two of them broke up for what would be the final time.
What I'm saying is that I was angry about the fact that you were the one who proposed a collaboration, and then...
Yeah, but if you propose a collaboration when you're on good terms and then all of a sudden you're on bad terms, you're going to revoke that collaboration. That's all there is to it. Azothan is not... That's not a good argument, dude.
As soon as I was ready and put all this effort into it, you just kind of shut me down. It just seemed...
So it had nothing to do with the fact that I go, oh, I'm moving, I'm busy, I'm doing every single day. The only thing you had to ask me is, when are we collabing? When are we collabing?
Yeah, that would get annoying. I'm actually on Illuminati side in this one, which is surprising.
When are we collabing? And it's like, oh, you're treating me like a fan, Blair. I'm like, well, perhaps you should have stopped acting like one.
You want to say you don't attack me, but then you straight up cook and call me a liar over things that you are no 100% true. I'm done with I'm done with you.
Because God knows why, because you're bitter about a breakup because your cash cow left you. Like,
yeah, I wonder how much money he was actually putting into this relationship, if any at all. So I don't know. There's a lot of missing information in this. A lot of it
this,
seemed
in combination
edited.
with everything else, led to Azothan having enough. So he called her up to express how unhappy he was. Now, this wasn't the call that Azothan recorded. On this call, Azothan claimed that, quote, Blair and I had a phone call where she had told me that I was beneath her, that I was always going to be mediocre, and that she was better than that.
Okay, that just sounds like breakup nonsense.
And let me tell you what might be the most awful, heartbreaking thing Azothan shared with me. What he just said, you know, that Blair told him he was beneath her and mediocre. Here's why she used those specific words. Quote, about her calling me mediocre and a burden. Those words were the exact ones I used 5 months before when I attempted to end.
Okay, so... in one way, that could absolutely be seen as awful. But in the heat of the moment, I wonder if she even realized what she said in that case. I'm going to say that this might be a bit twisted right here, just from Azothan's email. She could have been doing it on purpose to hurt him as much as possible. But in the midst of a breakup, a lot of people will do the absolute worst possible thing they can do to hurt that person. And that's just a normal breakup. Yeah, these people were just toxic to each other, I think. I'm not sure I can actually fault Illuminati for a lot of what happened in this specific relationship, because a lot of it just seems like random nonsense drama that they both brought out onto the YouTube and internet stage when they probably shouldn't have. So I'm going to say both of them were just toxic to each other.
And my life. To know that Azothan had attempted to end his life, that in that...
I mean, that sucks. And that's awful in a lot of ways. But, you know, were they together at this point? What was going on? There's a lot of missing information here, which is unfortunately probably not going to be answered.
Time of immense pain. He
And
thought he was nothing more than mediocre.
I know, what's his name? Diesel. Diesel tried to get Azothan on live, and he refused to join. So there's no additional information to my knowledge. So this part's a little he said, she said sketchy. And the audio sounds like it was
Blair
edited.
to allegedly strategically weaponize those words against him later on disturbs me on a level that I didn't think that I would get to with this story. And it instantly makes me think of the fact that she did weaponize Wonder's mental health.
I know she weaponized Wonder's mental health, but I don't know if she weaponized Azothan's. I think they were just in a heated argument, and that just came out. Because unfortunately, with Azothan's, it's a generic kind of statement.
and self-harm note in her expose video that she posted just a couple weeks ago. So she does this to Azothan 4 years ago, Wonder a few weeks ago. Any way you look at it, to me, this demonstrates a pattern of abuse that goes beyond, you know.
I don't know if it's quite a pattern in this case, although it doesn't necessarily matter. The reality is she has done a lot of shady crap that has put a lot of people into a kind of a block.
YouTube drama, you know, who has more subs, who plagiarized torn paper, and speaks to...
Everyone, I need 10,000 subs from this video. I don't care. You can subscribe if you want, but it's not a huge deal to me. Let me know in the description. Let me know down in the comments all the stuff that was missed in this video and all the stuff I'm missing in any other videos. Because this is an interesting series, considering it's still kind of happening. And I want to know if there's any other videos that not paint a different picture, but fill in some missing information.
The idea that she may be so callous in her need to be above those closest to her that she resorts to words and actions that could cause very real harm. In fact, one topic just posted his response video while I've been editing mine, so I will have to cover that in a part 2, but listen to what he said here.
I still don't want to believe all of this is true. I'm not convinced the person who did this did not intend real-world harm to us.
I can definitely say this, Illuminati definitely was attempting to get their channel shut down. I know that for a fact.
Assuming Azothan's account to be true, and I have no reason to doubt it, that is profoundly sad and deeply disgusting behavior from Blair. It broke my heart, like so much.
And not unexpected. A lot of YouTubers would absolutely resort to this level of nonsense. I could totally see it, and I've seen it before, and it's not even like a little, you know, only Illuminati's done this. Lots of YouTubers have done this to other creators.
So that even though Azothan had already given me consent to share his story, I went back and asked him again if he's comfortable with me sharing that part of it. And you know what he said? Quote, I am okay with it. I am not mediocre or a burden. I have a wonderful and rich life now that she has no power or influence over. I want Wonder to know it was just what she does to vulnerable people. I don't know if she'd hoped I'd hurt myself, but she certainly picked her words with care and knew how they could fester. I give my permission happily.
I don't know. I would say she would have picked her words with care if she was written down, but it sounds like she said in the heat of a moment during an argument online with that was recorded. So I'm going to say it was a heat of the moment quote. And this is not defending Illuminati necessarily, but it's definitely not a, you know, written out, definitely targeted response, because they were screaming at each other in that conversation.
Those are just such truly beautiful words. There's just a kindness that resonates from that response, and it's also so very empowering. Him saying that he knows he's not mediocre and a burden, and I think that's beautiful. Now, after this first unrecorded call with Blair, Azothan says he went onto Miserybox's Discord server to expose Blair for her comments, and in Azothan's words, Blair got angry and he told her that he wouldn't speak to her any further about it unless she wanted to speak on the phone, which she agreed to, and that's the call which Azothan recorded.
I have seen your Twitter and the
Okay, so part of it was edited.
You've been spewing on there. So if you want to try me, okay?
Now from here, Azothan decided it was time to lay it all out there to the world, you know, the botnets, the constant abuse and neglect and gaslighting allegations, the paranoia and constant attacks against other creators. So in early 2019, he made a pair of videos exposing all of this using the phone calls, you know, peppered through with his own firsthand experiences. And what's interesting is that a lot of what Azothan says in his videos sound like strange mirrors of things that have happened with Blair and everybody else that...
See, that part is obvious. I mean, Blair obviously has done a lot of this crazy nonsense to a ton of people. So I can back up that part from what I can tell from this video. But some of the stuff that Azothan is saying is weird.
We're talking about, for instance,
I discovered that she was spreading around her Discord server that I intended to release intimate photographs sent during our time together.
Yeah, that sounds about right. She has a weird hug box inside her Discord server, so why not stoke the fire and make them do all the work?
And also claimed that I was mobilizing my server to raid her own. The latter came from a moderator in her server. Both are laughable accusations, as I have no intention of breaking any laws, nor breaking her trust quite that much.
I kind of want to start a Discord server for my channel. Should I do that?
What took me aback and made me fear for my safety
we got
and my
4,000
future were two
subscribers.
things. A claim that she had already contacted a lawyer about this potentially Class D felony, and that I would be receiving a summons regarding this. In addition,
Yeah, she does like to use the law, even though she doesn't appear to know what the law is. Although I think Illuminati has a lawyer, unlike Mama Max, for instance, who uses ChatGPT.
in addition to an even more frightening and concerning set of circumstances.
Azothan also shares a story about how he had once told Blair that someone was trying to dox him and what she did with that information. He says she turned around and tried to collaborate with the person who had
That's actually pretty funny.
tried to dox him, seemingly in an attempt to get Azothan to not make his video telling his story.
A couple months ago, I informed Illuminati about someone on the internet threatening to dox me. We discussed this.
I like how Asmongold is in this nonsense thing. Let's see here. Isn't he just gonna get you kicked? I don't know. This doesn't look like doxing. Saying someone lives in Nevada and someone, a part of his family, lived in California, isn't doxing necessarily.
This person in depth, and she even considered making a video about this person to call them out. A Discord user known as Cracker Snatcher, who had made threats of violence against me.
I don't know. That doesn't look like doxing. That knowing what state someone lives in can be as easy as, them mentioning it on their own stream. Unless they're like, oh yeah, I know what street they live on. That's a bit different.
As well as attempting to locate and disseminate my location and name. I was saddened to be informed by my friends that she had joined a Warcraft 3 Discord server solely for the purpose of providing...
Just so you guys know, my name isn't Jeff, even though it's on my channel.
and exchanging personal information with this extremely dangerous and unstable individual. After discovering these two concerning facts, I messaged...
Let's see here. Let's go back one. Let's see here. I mean, Cracker Snatcher is obviously crazy. Just look at that crazy paragraph. Why would Illuminati want to have a chat with someone who's obviously a lunatic? Weird.
Messaged Illuminati.
Let's see here. Okay, so Cracker Snatcher, even if they're crazy, they're like, I don't want to do anything out in the, I don't want to do anything that's going to be private. Put it out in the open. You can tell me.
And left her a voicemail to let her know that I was backing off the idea of making this video at all, for fear of both my financial and physical...
Let's see here. Yeah.
Physical safety. She would then go on to publicly brag about scaring me into silence with these actions. And this video is being made now due to her once again believing that she can try to inspire fear and compliance through...
Hey, when you're a big enough YouTuber, you have an attorney.
Threats, frivolous litigation.
Especially when you're in the drama community and essay community.
And intimidation.
And so here we are again with the pattern that seems to have existed
People just make up
in
lies
one
about
form
each
or
other all the
another
time.
since Illuminati first came onto YouTube. A pattern that points an alleged picture of Blair as spiteful, manipulative, abusive, and a hypocritical person who judges people for criminal behavior while partaking in the same type of behavior or worse, allegedly. And in spite of all of that,
Yeah, I didn't see Doxy in that. I just saw Cracker Snatcher being a jackass.
I thanked and applauded Azothan for coming forward with his story, which is not only brave, but deserves to be heard. Azothan still downplays his experience.
I wonder how much of Azothan's story is actually real, though. That's the only thing that bugs me.
Putting a supportive spotlight on the others involved.
It just seems
saying,
off.
Quote, "It's relieving to hear someone say that about speaking up, but I don't want to paint my..."
Like the Click and Wonder and everything else, those seem more like legit offhand, but I don't know.
As a
I haven't heard anything from Oz though, so we've seen part of Wonder and most of the Clicks.
Same way that it's clear Wonder and Oz and Click were. I was luckily cut out of the housing arrangement in February 2019, so I never had to live in or work with those more worrying behaviors and habits. I genuinely appreciate you reaching out.
Jeez, imagine if he lived there, that'd just be a lunatic nightmare. Yeah, Oz is my current boyfriend, and Azothan is my ex, and we all live in the same house. I guess they'd have to be in Nevada, right?
I need it stated that I'm obviously as happy as a pig in shit about this whole situation. Not admirable, I know, and it'll pass, but my God, it feels like a weight is off my shoulders after 4 years of being able to speak with nobody about it all. These events are very much in my...
I don't know why he couldn't speak. Is it just because he was a smaller channel, or he didn't have a huge group of people? He could have kept speaking about it for years, but he just chose not to. So either he didn't have anything actually, or because the threat of a lawsuit for speaking truth about yourself and what happened to you is not necessarily a very good lawsuit. Although I guess she's suing she's suing Oz now, she's suing Wonderstruck now, and I guess she's suing another guy named Felix the Kit Kat. I think she wanted to sue the Click and OTK. Is OTK? No. OTK is the Asmongold thing. One Topic. There we go. Sorry. But I guess those two are out of the country. So I guess One Topic's not in California. One Topic's somewhere else.
rearview mirror, but if anything I shared can help other people, then I'm happy. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to reach.
She's obviously not going to sue the Click who's in another country. That type of lawsuit would cost so much money for her.
Azothan, I am so terribly sorry that you had to deal with that level of torment for so long. In my opinion, this truly speaks to the type of person that you seem to be, a kind, compassionate person who didn't deserve any of this. Even after the horrifying picture that you painted, you still compare your own trauma to theirs, which you absolutely don't have to. Your pain is just as valid. And I can imagine that Wonder, Click, and Oz wouldn't disagree with me when I say, I hope you feel just a little more seen and that you've been able to find some healing throughout all of this, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Was delayed, I believe, by 2 weeks, so when it finally arrived,
oh yeah, now we get to see what this nonsense is.
I was pretty happy. I felt like I was beginning life like my friends. However, things...
Actually, I really like Swoop's videos. They are really in-depth, and I get to pause and make a lot of fun comments on them.
In the house were growing fairly grim.
On May 11th, 2023, Wonderstruck came out with a monstrous 80-minute video directly
Jeez, that's actually really long for a response video.
responding to Blair's attacks on him, his mental health, and his work ethic.
Come forward, I felt the strong emotional urge to speak out on my experiences with Blair. I had kept quiet for 2 years out of fear and NDA threats, but seeing Click come forward and kind of stick his foot in that pool and that...
Wonder's posting a picture of Blair's houses. I mean, have you seen other YouTubers' houses? I can't fault Blair for this one. Other YouTubers, their houses look like trash. I mean, they are always trash. Because most of us are streamers and we sit at our desks for like 12 hours a day and we don't actually do any of the actual things in our house that we're supposed to be doing. It's just not important, right?
Fear allowed me the emotional strength I needed to come forward with a story.
Now, I just felt the need to start with that clip because this is Wonder admitting that he is about to do something that puts him in violation of his NDA that he signed with Blair. This is a really big deal. An NDA, for those of you who don't know or haven't seen some of my other videos, is a non-disclosure agreement. It is a legally binding contract.
Non-disclosure agreements are very hard to enforce in most states, and there's a lot of things like For instance, you're allowed to discuss wages. So if you have a non-disclosure agreement that says you can't discuss wages at work, that's actually most likely breaking federal law, at least in the U.S. anyway. So non-disclosure agreements are so hard to actually enforce, and they can only really be enforced in certain ways. So for instance, how would you have a non-disclosure agreement for a YouTube channel? I guess you could say, discussing ideas for topics, and like if you tried to, let's say you had a brainstorming session with everyone in the group and you came up with topics for the next 3 months, and then you leaked those topics to 4 other YouTubers to also post videos 3 days before. That could be breaking a non-disclosure agreement. But anything else, for the most part, would be incredibly difficult when it comes to YouTube stuff.
Contract in which you agree with an employer that you will not disclose information or disparage said employer publicly, even in the event of your termination from that.
Yeah, by the way, most non-disclosure agreements can only last like maybe a year or two. Some can last a couple of years. But I guess Illuminati's was even crazier. It was for eternity, which is not enforceable in any way.
Employer, or if you have a falling out. Now, we don't know the conditions of Wonder's NDA, but I am guessing it has standard terms like we can sue you for damages with no cap on the amount for irreparable harm if you violate this NDA.
But that only affects you if let's say you disparage the company, but it's because they abuse the heck out of you. NDAs don't hold up. They don't hold up underneath scrutiny like that. Because otherwise companies would be like, oh yeah, we're going to give you 40 hours a week, but then they work you 80 and then they only pay you for 30. And that's a completely like a broken NDA. That wouldn't hold up in court. That would just be tossed out.
Meaning she could literally sue Wonder for however much she damn well chooses. But given that we do know from his thread that Blair is allegedly very lawyer happy, I gotta just say, dude has some brass low hangers, right? Or he's just been pushed that far to the breaking.
I mean, if he's like literally broke, then what are you gonna do? So this wouldn't be, let's say he got sued, all right? This wouldn't be a criminal trial. All he would need to do is declare bankruptcy. Yeah, it would screw him over for 7 years, but Illuminati would get nothing. And then he could go on YouTube and be like, well, I got sued into bankruptcy because Illuminati is a crazy whack job, allegedly. And that would just ruin her further. So I don't know why she would sue someone who has almost nothing to his name. It would be so easy just to file for bankruptcy and then be released from it.
Point, he just doesn't care. You don't say what he's about to say if you don't understand the consequences of breaking.
No, a lot of people don't understand NDAs. They don't. They will still break them, and they just don't understand it. But I also think a lot of employers create NDAs that aren't legally enforceable, which is a problem too. Like I worked a position once where someone was fired for discussing their pay. Guess what? The company lost about $80,000 in a lawsuit because of that. Because the HR person didn't know it was illegal that you couldn't legally discuss pay with anyone. By the way, it's totally legal in all of your jobs for the most part. There's maybe like 3 or 4 jobs where you can't discuss pay. But for the most part, almost all jobs in the U.S., you are legally allowed to discuss pay around the water cooler with your colleagues. It may still sound taboo, but it's been a legal federal law since like 1922.
An NDA.
Something else that I believe is very important. Whether you hate someone or not, to bring up someone's personal mental health as an arguing point is quite frankly a low blow. And it's not your story to tell. If anyone's going to...
Yeah, a company can't really bring that up, especially if she's operating as the LLC.
Explain my mental health, it is personally going to be me.
Exposing someone's mental health to further your own point is dumb bitch energy.
One more subject I'd like to touch base on is the call that took place between Blair, OT, and the Click, and a Reddit post that I made following their departure. I was indeed present for this call. This was a meeting designed to iron out the differences in tension and sad milk, as not only did our audience deserve it, but we as friends deserve it too.
Yeah, okay. So I think the disconnect here is they were all in different time zones for the most part. A lot of them were having scheduling conflict, but if you're gonna, I think a lot of people, they went in thinking this would be something fun that they could do, but once it became a business, it became more complicated and far more complicated than a lot of people were willing to work on.
to ensure our friendship lasted. During this call, Blair began to become highly irritable and raise tensions where they did not need to be raised. I'd like to clarify that OT did not speak over her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay, to which she said, and I quote, "Shut the f up and let me talk for once." I remember it clearly. It was very nasty, and it was the first fatal blow to Sad Milk and the events that transpired and led up to today. OT, rightfully, left the call without a word at this point. Flick, however, tried to remain on the call and mitigate his intentions were for the betterment of the group, but Blair kept berating him. I have never heard Click, a very extroverted and talkative man, remain so quiet. I know I'm trying to read this off a script, but if I only had one way to describe this call, it was a very dark call. OT departed in the following days. After this, Click departed from Sad Milk as well. Audience members grew confused about this, so she took to...
Okay, so she went on after this and then made that crazy thread about child predators. Wow, okay.
Edit to falsify a narrative, which you can read on screen. I joined in as well on this. I explained how those who departed did not help us in numerous ways, and that it all fell onto us. I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post.
Okay, so here's the thing. So Wonderstruck and Oz helped with this narrative. So this is definitely on them for that part. They're definitely at fault here. Lying and then telling everyone you're lying 2 years later, really, you should really only apologize to them. It doesn't really matter if you're telling us, that it's the truth now and that you were lying then, because the reality is, now what are we going to believe? Which one's a lie, this one or that one?
Slick, one topic, and the others did in fact assist in Sad Milk greatly, but they were growing increasingly frustrated and burnt out as what had started as a fun project of friends had turned into a content farm.
A content farm run by Blair, and everybody was feeling burned out.
Well, you guys should have just taken a step back and then basically been like, hey, we're only going to release one video a week. So
what we just listened to was Wonder describing for the first time in great detail the phone call that's been discussed that led to the end of Sad Milk, a call that Blair characterized as her breaking point, and yet is very clearly the point this group met its...
I'm pretty sure everyone was at their breaking point at this point.
You claim you don't know what goes on in my personal life, but you go in depth about my living situation, my views on life, my depression, my car, my dog, and my mental health.
Wonder goes on to describe quite a bit of the financial issues the group faced, making some rather direct allegations relating to the money situation in the group. He did preface that he might have gotten some of the math wrong, and Wonder did seem to not fully understand how taxes and write-offs for a company work, which...
Okay, I kind of want to watch Wonder's video because if he doesn't know how withholding of taxes works, then he's an idiot.
Whatever. Honestly, the more concerning thing, I think, in regards to the finances is Wonder choosing to share the info publicly.
Example, if you're going to get a $50,000 salary, you're not going to have $50,000 in take-home. Maybe he's comparing that to how he was getting paid on YouTube prior. But at that point, you're an independent contractor and you do your taxes every quarter to every year based off of how much you've made. That's a whole different thing. So the average thing is let's say you make $100 on YouTube. Well, YouTube takes $40 of that, so you have 60. And then you take 30% of that and you put that off to the side for your taxes, and then you get the rest to actually spend for the year or whatever.
Which I'm willing to bet is most definitely a big no-no in the NDA that he signed, and that alone could get him sued. In the next segment, Wonder shares about being asked to move to Colorado.
Numerous ways, and it all fell onto us. I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post. Slick, one topic, and the others did in fact assist in Sad Milk greatly, but they were growing increasingly frustrated and burnt out as what had started as a fun project of friends had turned into a content farm.
A content farm run by Blair, and everybody was feeling burned out. What we just listened to was Wonder describing for the first time in great detail the phone call that's been discussed that led to the end of Sad Milk, a call that Blair characterized as her breaking point, and yet is very clearly the point.
I want to hear about the NDA, that's why I went back.
This group met its breaking point.
You claim you don't know what goes on in my personal life, but you go in depth about my living situation, my views on life, my depression, my car, my dog, and my mental health.
Wonder goes on to describe quite a bit of the financial issues the group faced, making some rather direct allegations relating to the money situation in the group. He did preface that he might have gotten some of the math wrong, and Wonder...
So, that's the thing, though. The NDA of Sad Milk would be separate from the Illuminati channel. And it looks like Wonder was working for two channels at once. The NDA should only apply to the Illuminati channel because it wouldn't be underneath the same company. There's no way Illuminati and Sad Milk were underneath the same LLC. So that would be stupid on everyone else's parts to fall into that trap. So I don't think that's how that worked.
Did seem to not fully understand how taxes and write-offs for a company work, which, you know, whatever. Honestly, the more concerning thing, I think, in regards to the finances is Wonder choosing to share the info publicly, which I'm willing to bet is most definitely a big no-no.
It's unlikely, because it's unlikely Sad Milk fell underneath the Illuminati LLC. So this is probably completely separate and probably not the same type of NDA. Because even if it was underneath that, this wouldn't necessarily even be breaking NDA in a lot of ways. It depends on how it was worded, because from what I understand is he didn't understand how his pay worked, but his pay was in regards to him working underneath the Illuminati, you know, the $50,000 a year for her other editing channel. It has nothing to do with the Sad Milk stuff.
In the NDA that he signed, and that alone could get him sued. In the next segment, Wonder shares about being asked to move to Colorado to be near Blair, and he posts some on-screen text explaining the reason. Now, I'm going to play the clip and then read the text out loud, as I think it's very important and easy to miss if you don't hear it.
Yeah, he should not have moved there.
So first it starts with a clip from Blair's video.
At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of
Why would you pay for his trip?
Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas.
In response, Wonder writes the following. This trip was not to discuss me moving out to Colorado. This trip was for the SM Christmas video that we filmed in November. Me and another member had talked.
That's why he was out there. Okay, so it had nothing to do with that.
Talked about moving to Colorado due to us wanting to do live SM content. Blair had been speaking of getting into real estate and wanted to build homes for us. This did not extend.
Okay, that's actually really funny, because she was on the leftist media, and they're like so far against landlords of any kind. That's crazy. That's hilarious.
And to just me. She wanted to build a home for another member and I, as well as one for Oz to have a separate recording space. This means Blair would have been the landlord to 3 other Sad Milk members.
Never ever do that. When your employer controls everything, every aspect of your life, it's a huge problem, especially when living situations can work, but you have to know that it's temporary, okay? And you better be getting some sort of discount so you can save.
Not just me. After our final member left at the end of December, I was the last person on the list to become a tenant.
Because here's the problem. If you get fired or you quit, are you going to be forced to move out of those locations? And if you can't afford to move, then you have a problem. If you have savings and you can move, then it's not really a problem, but the majority of people don't.
Is proof of the trip being for Sad Milk and the existence of the cul-de-sac for Sad Milk members. What in the actual triangle-headed Hershey, Pennsylvania Okay, what Wonder is
like Mr. Beast wants to create like a company town kind of for him and his friends. That kind of makes sense to a degree, but if they ever have a falling out, it's going to be a problem. So he better be making those things dirt cheap for them to rent.
Describing in those graphics is that Blair, allegedly, was trying to make what's known as a...
Okay, she actually made a company town video? That's even funnier.
Company town for Sad Milk. And company towns in general are bad. How bad? They're ironically the type of thing Illuminati would have done a video about in her corporate casket series.
They can be good, but there is a very rare number of company towns that have actually succeeded and not been horrible for everyone else. The biggest problem that you have is when someone quits or gets fired, they're forced to leave the company town and they may not have the money to do so, especially if they were fired.
There's a PBS documentary that puts it best, and the website for that doc describes company towns by saying, quote, in remote locations, jobs often existed far from established towns. As a pragmatic solution, the employers sometimes developed a company town where an individual company owned all the buildings and businesses. Churches, schools, libraries, and other amenities were constructed in order to encourage healthy communities and productive workers.
It sounds cool in it's like, yeah, this is a great idea. We can totally do this. But the problem is when you control everything, everyone's too afraid to do anything new.
Doesn't sound so bad, right? It continues, quote, in other cases, the company's motivations were less ideal. The remoteness and lack of transportation prevented workers from leaving for other jobs or to buy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Buy from other independent merchants. In some cases, companies paid employees with a script that was only good at company.
Yeah, that's where it becomes a real problem when you stop paying employees with actual money.
Stores. Without external competition, housing costs and groceries in company towns could become exorbitant, and the workers built up large debts that they were required to pay off before leaving.
That's
Want
where
to
it
take a
becomes a
stab
problem.
at what this documentary is called? Slavery by another name.
That might be an
Company
interesting
towns
one.
are bad because they leave you in the service of your workplace even while you're at home. Like imagine,
So let's say here, they pay you a ton of money and then you just give it right back to them.
you know, whatever you do for work in your day-to-day life, maybe, I don't know, you're a tax agent or a makeup artist or even a content creator. Now imagine that whoever pays your bills, your boss, is also your landlord.
And also in control of all your food, and also in control of all your communication and your car.
Does that sound like a good idea to you? What happens if you have a falling out with your boss? You lose your home and your job in one
And in Wonder's case, his car.
fell swoop, which is kind of like what happened to Wonder.
You can say this is a good deed on the surface, and it most certainly appears that way. I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing. I sincerely do not understand why the conception of this home was never presented in the video. It leaves out a massive gap of context. The home I was told would be finished by August, and then I could stay.
Okay, so he was under the assumption that he was going to get his own home before moving there. Okay.
Summer. And the last month before moving to Colorado, after finalizing my lease, I was informed that the home would be pushed back until December to
So he shouldn't have moved. He should have stayed where he was.
try to paint me as a freeloader when you also leave out that I was originally only supposed to stay until August. You were supposed to be my landlord, and that I only stayed 30 days in Colorado feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person.
Over the course of
Okay, I see there's some missing information there. But even then, he was living at Oz's house. This wasn't even Illuminati's house, right? So this is all on Oz.
the video, just like the clicks video, Wonder addresses basically everything. And once again, it makes Blair look even worse. The car Blair was horrified was in such bad shape. Wonder was living in it. And when Blair took the car he was living in, essentially displacing him entirely, which is a special kind of awful, he had no idea that she was coming, and in fact was asleep when Blair showed up.
I'd like to clarify I did not ask Blair to do this. In fact, I insisted on our first call the exact opposite. I am not a luxurious person. I like nice things like cozy homes, but the most expensive car I have ever owned was a $5,000 Miata. Also,
yeah, and that's the car he should have had again. You should have given him a $5,000 or less car. Again, why would you... or don't give him a car. Make him take the bus. Honestly, this is partly this is partly Wonderstruck's fault, but I mean, it sounded like he was coerced into it to a degree, but that was really stupid to do a BMW.
Was a person who does not like when people buy me things, I was extremely uncomfortable with someone making such a large payment towards a vehicle on my behalf. But in Blair's words, she had the money and insisted that I get the car.
What makes all of this even worse is that when Blair took the car, she threw out everything in it, including Wonder's YouTube play button. Like, I can't stress this enough. Yes, he had some contract with Blair. Yes, the car was co-signed in her name, but she essentially showed up and kicked this young dude out of his home and threw away all of his belongings that he had in this home. What makes all of that even worse is that Wonder, who was only like 20 or 21 years old when this happened, feels like he was really naive for even being excited about this car that became his home.
I never saw the paperwork on the car. I never did any of the work to obtain the car. I was 21 at the time. I can't think of a single 21-year-old that I know that has gone out and filed paperwork for a $50,000 to $60,000 car. I did not know what I was doing.
Yeah, okay. Like, I get it, but I mean, dude, don't do this. I mean, yeah, he's an idiot, absolutely, but they definitely need to teach financial classes to people, like in high school, and just you're forced to take one class.
However, Blair would oftentimes tell me that she herself had enough money to retire at any given moment.
In a lot of ways, what Wonder and others have described of Blair sounds like coercive control, which is often a subtle but very alarming form of abuse that's actually illegal in some countries. Coercive control is a strategic form of ongoing psychological and emotional abuse that's based on control, manipulation, and oppression.
I'm surprised it's not illegal in all countries. Who am I kidding? Of course it's not illegal in all countries.
Coercive control is often associated with narcissism-fueled abuse. In this company town facade, she became his sole source of income, employment, housing, transportation, and social interaction. Allegedly. Your money is
yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
No longer yours. Your time is no longer yours. Your space is no longer yours. Your body is no longer yours. You begin to have less and less say over your life, your time, and how you spend it. This controlling behavior is designed.
The thing that really bugged me about this was the car. So he bought the car effectively, or she bought it. It wasn't actually. I take that back. It wasn't just him. It was Oz and so Oz and Illuminati apparently co-signed on this car. All right. So. And he was paying them back for it. But the problem is, the fact is that he wasn't behind on payments, and she still repossessed it, which is probably illegal.
Designed to make a person dependent by isolating them from support, exploiting them, depriving them of independence, and regulating their everyday behavior. There's even a point in the video where Wonder apologizes for ever sticking up for Blair back when Sad Milk fell apart, and in my opinion, why he stood up for Blair makes sense. Like, think about it. Even if Wonder wanted to speak up, then, like, could he against his boss, landlord, co-signer, and they're all the same person? Like, that's scary as hell. And I honestly...
He probably couldn't, but at the time, it's still a decision he chose not to do. So it's still on him for that part, regardless of whether or not he should have or shouldn't have. He should have, but he didn't. And you mean, yeah, there are consequences. And this is part of it.
I don't know, dude. Like, if all of this is how it went down, if, like, it really makes me sad for Wonder. Like, coercive control can be so subtle, which makes it so insidious.
Okay, this is so it's a rent-to-own agreement. So yeah, so he was renting it. So if he was on payment on time, there is no way. I mean, this is on a single piece of paper, so this is like typed up by. You know, this is a weird piece of legal document if it is even valid. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the car is in the country. As long as he was on time with payments, she could not repossess this. That's not how this works.
And often victims of that type of abuse are gaslit into thinking that somehow it's their fault.
So if anything, he could take her to court for stealing the car.
The other thing is that this video, with every single point that Wonder raises in regards to Blair, really seemed to be the actual beginning of the end for the Illuminati channel.
Right up until she started suing everyone and it just dropped off the planet again.
It's the end, which it's not looking good. I mentioned earlier that Blair has lost 180,000 plus subscribers, but what I didn't mention is that she's averaging a loss of 10,000 or so people like every other day. So like, I've hinted about this throughout the video, but Blair had a past before her time as an anti-MLM YouTuber.
Oh, right.
I've shown you some of her Reddit content. I showed you that weird poop video, okay?
That just sounds like a Reddit content anyway.
It's there.
And I tried to pick the poop up with my hands.
But I haven't shown you anything that was recently unearthed from her time as an anti-SJW content creator, aka the exact opposite.
Right, so this was when she was on the far right, right? Before when she was on Tommy C's channel.
Of everything Blair currently claims to stand for.
That's the internet for you.
I'm pretty sure, actually, because of this whole situation, I could be totally wrong. So if I am totally wrong about this, I will own it.
Who the heck is that in the background?
I'm gonna give a really quick shout out to the preservation efforts before I do this part of the doc to FPS Diesel.
Okay,
you're a huge reason I was able to even find some of this.
Apparently FPS Diesel I've never seen their channel. I know they do like they don't just do normal deep dives. They like buy their way into like private Discord servers to get dirt. So or they'll sign up to like Patreons at max tier to get into like the inside scoop on crazy channels.
Stuff I'm about to talk about, so thank you. One of the absolutely most staggering developments in Blair's story is that Blair has been collecting controversies and grudges over the years, like Ollie London collects plastic surgeries. And much like how Ollie London wants us all to forget that he once claimed to be a transracial Korean woman. Yes, I am doing a doc on Ollie London soon. Blair Zon would very much like you to forget about the times that she got into beefs with other creators, and also that time she went by the name of Sarah J. Warren and really wanted you to know
Sarah J. Warren is unapologetically feminist, and if they don't like it, then I would love to drink their overprivileged male tears, okay?
Welcome to the world of Tommy C, a long-time streamer who's been on YouTube since 2007. Tommy C is
Look at all those arcades in the background. That's great.
Somebody who does incredibly edgy content that he admits is inspired by shock jocks like Howard Stern. And for a while, he was quite infamous for some of the feuds he developed with other creators like Keemstar.
That's really it. He at the time that you were telling him to make a video, he actually had more subs than him. He's afraid of me.
The two of them were quite close, and Tommy makes it seem as though Blair was a pretty regular fixture in his friends group. Now, at some point in the late 2010s, Tommy C made a sort of satirical...
So I've seen Tommy C a few times, and Blair now versus Blair then, those must have been insanely different because... Tommy C is not does not beat around the bush, and I'm pretty sure their whole group of people on Tommy C's channel uses the R word every other word.
Fake news show called Shot from the Point that dabbled in influencer drama, positioned as if it were hard-hitting news.
It was during this time the character Sarah J. Warren was born.
That's Blair. Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually Sarah J. Warren. Get it? Sarah J. Warren, SJW, social justice warrior. Oh, yes, Zaddy. Give it to me. Like, Blair was literally making the type of content that she would, like, now say was unacceptable. So it was quite shocking when I saw that FPS Diesel had posted a video on May 20th that contained clips and testimony from this time, especially since almost none of the footage exists anymore. Well, according to Tommy C himself, the reason these videos don't exist anymore is because of a fat joke.
And it says, you know...
What? How did that get... It just got deleted somehow because of that? Did YouTube go in and delete these things? Okay.
Illuminaughtii deleted my videos over a fat joke. I didn't even...
How did she get them deleted? Did she, like, strike them?
Tell the fat joke. Like, I have literally nothing to do with this. It was actually one of my staff members. They met in Las Vegas. One of my news team guys, Rico at the time. We all went into the news chat room where all the other members were, and I guess Rico said it, and for reasons that I'm not quite sure, Vault kept repeating over and over again, God, Rico, you're fat. I gotta be honest with you, it was kind of uncomfortable, you know?
So you had one idiot in the group just keep saying that someone was fat over and over, and it was getting annoying.
It was fucking funny.
This is the context for what apparently inspired Blair to leave behind her days as Sarah J. Warren. The very short version of this very old drama is that as Blair was doing the SJW content, she was also on the rise with her Reddit content and slowly transitioning away from being a part of Tommy C's content. By all accounts, though,
so she just wanted to jump ship. But how did the videos get deleted?
We're still friends until one day Blair DM'd Tommy, upset about the constant teasing of one of their associates' weight, a man named Ricochet.
And she was very hostile to me, and she said that she suggested that I should do something about it. And I just like, what do you want me to do? Everybody's an adult here. I can't tell people not to make fun of him. Like, that's kind of ridiculous.
It's interesting to see the ways the past...
Like, Tommy C can control what he says, but you can't control what everyone in your group says. If there's an idiot in your group, they're going to be an idiot.
The present echo, right? You know, the big problem with the click was that he allegedly knew about a problem he was actually literally asleep for.
I think Illuminati allegedly created that problem herself, knowing that the clique was asleep for it.
Tommy allegedly knew about a problem that wasn't even on his Discord servers. The conversation eventually reached a bit of a boiling point where Tommy considered kicking her out of the channel right then and there before calming down and realizing that Blair was, still his friend. And that, in his opinion, was one of the biggest mistakes he ever made.
I got this message from her after I did a stream, and this video is important up here, and I'm going to show it to you now. Blair sent this to me as an example on why she was leaving.
That's a lot of money, I guess, for a person of color.
Better watch your back. Keep your people in control, Rico.
Okay.
That wasn't Rico, obviously. That was somebody trying to get me going, and that's all I said. You can't control, and you can't control people being made fun of on the internet.
Blair.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't handle being made fun of on the internet, you should not be on the internet.
Blair was a project manager on Tommy C's YouTube.
Okay. So she had access to his YouTube channel. So she went in and deleted everything with her face on it, didn't she?
Page, home of Get to the Point News, and due to a disagreement over how people treated...
Guess what? You can back up stuff now. If you didn't know, there are ways to back up your entire channel if everything gets deleted somehow. Sure, you'll have to regenerate everything, but it is possible to back up your entire catalog.
Ricochet. She allegedly deleted every single video from the Get to the Point playlist that she was a part of. By his own admission, Tommy doesn't have backups of any of those videos. So today, it's all...
Even if he had backups, it wouldn't matter. I have lots of reaction videos. I have 400 now. I think this is probably going to be the 400th video, which is pretty funny. Maybe not. It's maybe 398. I don't know. But I don't keep backups of every video because they take up too much dang space on the hard drive. If they get deleted or taken down, they're just going to be gone forever. Now, I could and probably will do a backup of the channel itself at some point. But a lot of people just don't have backup space.
Just lost media.
That's the thing that pissed her off. My crack on my arcade. I think you know where this is going. It was great working with you. But we're clearly going two different directions. I wish you nothing but the best for your new Teams family. I wrote, I was like, okay, I know now. And I was relieved. And I go and check the news thing, and she left. I was like, oh God, thank God she didn't delete anything. And then I found out she did 24 hours later. It's all gone.
The problem is when you delete these videos versus just unlist them or request them to be gone. Because he could have unlisted them, but what happens is it probably tanked his entire channel.
Everything related to her is all gone.
Now, to be completely fair, I get why Blair might want to distance herself from some of this content, especially as she began to strike bigger within the Reddit community.
Yeah, she started switching over to the left side, which is fine. That's, people change and they like to, but the problem is when you delete an entire channel maliciously, I don't know. Now this is also Tommy C's fault for giving her so much power to do this, so I don't know why he would do that.
Space and within the more, traditionally left-leaning political spaces. And yet it wasn't her channel. I mean, shit, the reason that she deleted...
Okay, it wasn't her channel, but you gave her access to it. So you gave her the power to delete those videos. This is just as much Tommy C's fault as her for deleting it, because she had authorizations to delete it. Yeah, she was a jerk for doing it, but he gave her authorization to the channel. I bet she never did that again.
Did all of these videos that weren't even hers and said it was for being upset that Ricochet was being made fun of.
Yeah,
there are videos of her taking part in making fun of Ricochet for his weight.
Oh, really? Well, that's what they said. Apparently. This is for a vlog, right? Oh, is it? Oh, shit. Hey, yo, he's a good guy. Cut that. Yeah, cut that part.
Comrade, cut that out. Don't cut it out.
No, comrade.
Do not cut that out, comrade. Leave that. It's fucking comedy gold and you know it.
I mean, yeah, obviously she's making fun of him. But, the fact that she didn't, this is just all stupid.
Just in case you need more evidence that Blair will allegedly stand up for anything that makes her look better while apparently believing in nothing, I want to bring up her treatment of Wonderstruck.
She doesn't believe in anything specific. She believes in money. That's all she needs to believe in. That's what a lot of YouTubers believe in. Almighty money. That's it. And they will switch sides no matter what if they know it can earn them more money. A lot of people ended up in the drama community because they know it makes money, and they all talk about the same nonsense over and over, beating each other back and forth between two nonsense points, just like our regular politics.
Wonderstruck's mental health again before I play this next clip. Many of Blair's fans were upset, and rightfully so, that Blair would weaponize somebody's mental health when she long acted as a mental health advocate publicly. Some of her most acclaimed videos expose the alleged evils of
I mean, she's just a voice actor. Her own writers are the ones who did the majority of this, isn't it? Isn't that correct?
Of the Autism Speaks organization, and you'll find comments that mention these videos as the reason why people followed Illuminati in the first place. But the sheer tragedy in Blair weaponizing and mocking somebody's mental health is that this wasn't even the first time she did it.
Robert here, better known as your geeky tipster, and I think it's time for some serious change.
Okay, well, I mean, Tipster's done a lot to himself, so I don't know if that's actually making fun of anyone.
Changes. As many of you know, I am a longtime sufferer of anxiety and depression. It's an ongoing struggle that I often deal with.
I do. I don't.
What you just heard.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. But having said that, Tipster is not a reliable source of anything.
Heard was one of the videos Blair deleted from Tommy's channel of her doing a mocking reading of one of Tipster's private mental health posts and making fun of it while her friends laugh and she cracks jokes.
Yeah, that's not great, but I don't know. I kind of want to do a video on Tipster now, though, because a bunch of stuff recently came out about that guy, too. So, it's going to be interesting.
Self too far. Over the past few years,
Tipster
I've dealt with many things in my personal life that have been both stressful and contributed to further progressing my anxiety and depression.
Yo, Tipster's depression would have gotten to the octagon.
Is that Tommy's laugh? That laugh is crazy.
Tonight, I had the worst anxiety attack of my life. I didn't get much sleep last night due to...
Listen, I don't know much of anything
Tommy's
about
laugh
Tipster,
is insane.
but I know that Blair is f***ing disgusting for this. To mock someone's mental health, to mock someone who very bravely shared what he was dealing with in a post that was vulnerable and honest and attacking no one is beyond trash. And then for her to build a platform under the guise of being
I will say this, Tipster probably shouldn't post anything ever.
A mental health advocate, when this is what
it always comes out.
You've had a history of this is beyond comprehension, and not just a history, actively doing it now, literally in your response video to this by bringing up Wonder's mental health. Like, I don't know how anyone would trust a word from her after hearing this stuff and like never having addressed it. For years following the deletion of all of the videos on his channel, Tommy would bring up the incident with Blair deleting his content, usually, you know, joking about it with his guests and trying to claim that it didn't really bother him all that much. But on May 23rd, 2023, a few days ago, Tommy finally dropped a video directly addressed to Blair.
I haven't really watched much about Blair in these
Oh, so he actually did a video on this. Yeah, he's probably just like pissed off that, I guess we'll do it.
A couple weeks since she decided to completely melt down on her career and show the world how she's been behaving. Literally just kind of proved my worst suspicions that I spoke out loud, 3-4 years ago. Blair, this message is absolutely for you. I know we're never going to speak again, and I actually thought about writing you. I wish this never happened to you. I don't feel sorry for you because you did, but because I really liked you.
Because Blair, you did to yourself. That's the whole problem here, right?
I thought we were friends, and I don't like seeing somebody that I used to kind of tout as, oh wow, they came through me. Completely.
That's true. I guess a lot of bigger YouTubers actually did start off working with Tommy C. Even though Tommy C's channel is like 50K subscribers, that's still a good channel size, especially considering it seems to be 50,000 active subscribers, like at all times. So that's pretty good.
Self-destruct like this and cause so much misery for so many other people. Even when the whole thing went down, I said it and was done.
I'm showing you all of this just to make the point that no matter how edgy Tommy C's show was, this is clearly the statement of a guy that was...
That channel is very edgy. It's still good though. There's nothing wrong with Tommy C's channel. If you have a chance, go check out their channel. Go check out his channel. He's got a lot of YouTubers as guest stars all the time, and it's really entertaining.
Profoundly hurt by something Blair did. Somebody he considered a friend who not only betrayed him, but proceeded to never speak to ever again as she got bigger and bigger in the...
after she deleted half the videos on his channel, which tanked it for years.
YouTube.
I think it actually
He also
ruined
alleges
that
that
whole
not
channel.
only has he heard Blair say the R slur herself.
Do I have the proof? No, I think he said the R slur in front of me multiple times.
But she may, in fact, be apolitical.
Yeah.
Something that I think matters since Blair...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she is apolitical. She just believes in money. She doesn't care. She says she's on the left, but she also said she was on the right at one point. I think all that matters is money. And that makes sense. A lot of people, this is a full living on YouTube, and it doesn't really matter as long as you can create drama.
Up until recently was literally a political commentator on a political podcast called The Leftist Mafia. I can't make this up.
I got news for the leftist mafia. She's more than likely apolitical. I remember her talking about her sister, just kind of like rolling her eyes sort of symbolically in the conversation about what a dopey leftist she was, like what a nut. I don't think she believes anything left or right. I think she believes in YouTube.
I don't think she believes in anything left or right. I think she believes in YouTube. That statement to me is Blair in a nutshell. Almost every incident we've covered here today that Blair's been a part of, and even the incidents that, you know, I won't even be able to get into, all relate back to Blair's seemingly insatiable desire to make it on YouTube, no matter who she has to crush or how. This even includes...
And that's all that matters to the majority of people who are, once you turn this into anything other than a hobby, once it actually makes enough money to make it so you can survive and not have to worry about, you know, going to a 9-to-5, that's all that matters at that point. And a lot of people are going to be like, no, I love to do it because this is my passion. Yeah. But if your passion if you became demonetized the next day, would you continuously keep doing it? Probably not. You'd probably just start, you know, slowly dropping off the face of the earth. And if you did stick with it, then yeah, then you'd be one of the few people that actually do it regardless. Most people
situations that were happening at the same time as the Tommy C incident, such as her r/botnet controversy on her copy strike allegations. No, I honestly couldn't find a whole lot about those situations, but FPS Diesel covered them pretty succinctly.
For example, she accused a Reddit YouTuber of sub-botting. This YouTuber is known as r/. Now, personal opinion here, I think she just happened to be correct about the sub-botting. Her video on it is genuinely really bad and amounts to 1 point of data that is not a good video.
There's a new channel that's popped up and is gaining traction, and I genuinely believe that's awesome. Or should I say, I thought it was awesome.
Who cares if they were sub-botting? It doesn't do anything to their channel. It does give it temporary authority. Okay, so more people are willing to click on a channel that says 50,000 subscribers than one that says 250 subscribers. Even if they're all fake, they're still more likely to click on a higher not view count channel, a higher sub channel. But that's really all there is to it. It's not really going to improve the channel itself.
Awesome, until I started to dig into their stats, and I saw things weren't quite adding up.
Now I gotta take a moment here. I don't know the full story on the creator, but Blair just said she genuinely thought someone's channel growth was awesome, making it sound like she supports up-and-coming creators. But then she says she did some digging into their analytics, and it's like, just think about it. If you thought someone's growth was awesome,
I mean, looking at analytics, especially on sites like, it's hard to see what analytics actually are for another channel, considering Social Blade just randomly makes guesses.
Why would you ever feel the need to dig into their stats, let alone actually do it? Like, that doesn't, to me, sound like creator support. That sounds like just jealousy that manifests into acting on that jealousy. Allegedly.
After this video, what's interesting is that allegedly, Blair makes the claim that r/ doxed her and swatted her parents. The reality is, I don't know if it's true, and I personally don't know if I believe it.
I don't know if I believe that either. Now, if r/ actually did that, he's a dick.
Many things that Blair has done to further herself on YouTube has perceivably hurt people, or in the instance of things that I have watched, seems to be like false. We saw it with the Click, and Wonder, and Oz Media, and even Tommy C, a guy who presents himself as not giving a shit about anything. But even I felt some feels when he said this.
I hope things work out for you. I mean that. I just hope you don't ever do that again. I hope if you get it back, you realize you probably don't have to operate like that. You're supposed to help people.
Help people on YouTube?
To, like, get them.
How many people actually help each other on YouTube? Are we really being serious here?
I'm a million subs. That's how it works. And you presented yourself as one of those people, and you never did that. Not once. Good luck, Blair. Good luck to you. Don't call me.
Yeah.
I can't trust you.
That's the thing. Be very careful who you trust, especially on YouTube. That's it. That's all you're going to have to do with that.
I hope someone learns to. I mean that.
All this small drama that had boiled over into a years-long vendetta against YouTubers. And so the two channels...
Okay, so I wonder what Cruel World Happy Mind has to do with this. I've heard of this channel, but all I heard was there was some weird drama with it, but I guess it was Illuminati's fault? Jeez, how many places has she been?
I offered up were Tommy C. and Nicholas.
Everyone meet Madison, more popularly known as Cruel World Happy Mind. So back in 2020, Madison was a relatively brand new YouTuber covering anti-MLM
I wonder how many subscribers she has now.
content in a casual, conversational, yet deeply researched way. So the part of the story that I'm about to tell you takes place before Social Blade monitored Madison. That's how long ago this was. According to various sources, in April 2020, Madison had less than 20,000 subscribers when she made the video Tyra Banks.
Wait a second. When did Social Blade started monitoring my channel when I had like 300 subscribers?
Banks had her own MLM makeup line. Now, if you're familiar with Madison's content, it's actually pretty cool to see an earlier, more, condensed version of the deep dives that she does today, while it still feels very much like, her current content.
She would have created that financial freedom and achieved those goals sooner. So scammy.
The video goes into an obscure controversy surrounding Tyra Banks' own multi-level marketing makeup line. It's a brief deep dive into the controversy.
All right. I remember vaguely something about that. Is that what this is about, or did she make an accusation against Illuminati?
Surrounding it, but it's a well-made video, and you might be wondering, Swoop, girl, why are we talking about Madison? Where's the tea on Blair?
Yeah,
well,
okay.
A couple months after Madison posted this video, something interesting started happening in Madison's comments and DMs. People started telling her that they loved her Tyra Banks video, but also that Illuminaughtii had posted her own Tyra Banks MLM video, and it
Okay, so what?
seemed pretty similar to Madison's, almost as if Illuminaughtii had allegedly plagiarized her. Now,
okay. I mean, YouTubers literally take content from each other all the time, especially when it comes to things like essays and things like that. Actually taking content and copying it word for word, yeah, I could see getting away with that, but YouTubers, especially small ones, you guys need to realize that bigger YouTubers will maybe watch your video and be like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, then do another video on it themselves. The reality is you can't really, go against them. You can try, but it's not going to work.
Unlike Blair, Madison did not go public with these allegations on Twitter. In fact, if you dig through the comments on Madison's video, you won't even find the original comments anymore, leading me to believe that they may have been removed, which if so is, a very graceful thing for Madison to have done. Then Madison very diplomatically sent Blair a message on Instagram saying this, quote, "I'm a really small YouTuber who has been really inspired by the content you make. I got a few messages about the video you posted about Tyra's MLM because I've done a video on that topic."
Don't listen to your own subscribers. And I'm not being mean to my subscribers. If you tell me that, someone's copying me or whatever, I don't care. Okay? Or if I'm copying someone else, that's interesting because I don't watch any other channels until someone tells me to do something. But the reality is, don't listen to your own subscribers and they're telling you that, someone's copying you and vice versa, or saying stuff about you, because they're farming for drama. They want two YouTubers to fight because that gives a lot of content for them to watch over the course of a month or two. That's what they want.
topic. I'm really happy you're spreading more awareness on this topic, but it did low-key feel like a lot of what was said in the beginning of the video, it was really similar to the things I discussed regarding Tyra's MLM and her.
I mean, I'm going to have to defend Illuminaughtii on this one. Similar is not straight up copying. It doesn't really matter if they're even the same sources. That's not the same. That's not how that works.
For controversies. Coincidence happen, and I'm sure as a larger YouTuber, you're accused of stealing content from people you've never...
I mean, unless she actually stole the clip straight from your video, even then, I'd be like, it's not the same. This is effectively like accusing legal, but different.
Ever heard of or seen before, so I get it. If this message comes across that way with the intention of just being open and honest, I was really hurt by the video though, because you're someone who has really inspired.
Unfortunately, Cruel World Happy Mind didn't deserve a credit. She didn't need a credit for this, even if Illuminati's entire channel lifted the majority of the data from that video. That's not how YouTube copyright works.
Me and the content
People
I make.
need to
so
understand
I wanted to
that.
reach out and hopefully have an honest but positive discussion on it all. Either way, I still appreciate the work you do. So days go by after Madison sent the message, then weeks, then months, and Blair never responded to the message. By Madison's recollection, she was disappointed, but it wasn't a huge deal. She shot her shot, didn't get a response, and moved on. Or at least she did until September 10th, 2020.
Something I recently learned apparently is there is this whole anti-MLM community, right? I kind of thought I was on my own little island doing my own thing. Maybe that's
Okay, that's probably a lie.
my own ego. I don't watch their anti-MLM videos because I don't want to know what other people are saying or other people think. I don't want it influencing what I do.
What you're listening to is the Double Cleanse podcast, a podcast Blair was interviewed on regarding her anti-MLM content. Aside from the fact that it's quite ridiculous for her to claim that she wasn't even aware there was an anti-MLM community out there, especially since some of her Reddit content.
I mean, it depends on how big she was at the time. If she actually had a full, not editing team, if she had a full writer team writing all her stuff, she might not have known. I mean, there's a good chance that she did know, but there's just as good a chance that she had no idea and she's just a voice.
Literally read from the anti-MLM subreddit. That's not the main reason I'm digging this up. This is.
I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel.
Yeah.
But it's a very small YouTuber. She DM'd me on Instagram claiming that I copied her. She claimed that I copied her video that she had done maybe a couple weeks ago, right? And the video that I had done the topic on was suggested to me multiple times from my comment section. So I just listened to my comments and I made a video.
Yeah, this happens all the time. The perfect example would be a recent scenario. There's a creator called Essence of Thought and another creator called Evangelina Skov. And Essence of Thought claimed that their allegedly claimed that their screenshots were stolen from them. You can't really own screenshots. It's just not how it works. And I guess they both covered the same video, and they were Essence of Thought was accusing Evangelina of lifting their entire video. And the reality is that's not, it completely backfired on them because that's not exactly how any of this works from a copyright standpoint, especially on YouTube. So I don't know. I find this one a little bit harder to judge from Illuminati standpoint. Yeah, it's potentially a copy, but I mean I don't think not Essence of Thought. I don't think Cruel World Happy Mind during this specific point had any real leg to stand on.
That's what people were interested in my opinion on.
Yeah.
So she messages me and she goes, I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to and you copied my video and I want credit.
Madison literally never claimed directly that Blair copied her, nor did she ask for credit.
She didn't directly claim that it was copied, but it did imply that it was copied, and she kind of implied that she wanted credit for it. So I don't know. Words are very specific here, but the implication is she wanted credit for it.
So grossly irresponsible to me for Blair to not only shame a creator who was smaller than her, but to then put very strategic words in her mouth that she never said, all to set Blair up as a victim of false accusation.
I mean, did Blair actually name this channel though? If she didn't name the channel, then I don't know if I can fault her directly.
Allegedly. I can only imagine how Madison felt hearing this.
She sources me. She uses me as a source in her videos, for one, so I found it kind of funny. And she... I was like, you can't claim that I'm copying you when you use me as a source.
Okay, did she use you? But did she use you as a source for that specific video or a future video? Because then that's a whole different issue. That means you're twisting words here, Illuminati.
Yeah, you can though. Like, you can use someone as a source and also be copied by that person. The fact is, Madison's video came out before Blair's video.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 20-day difference, or not even 20, 10-day difference. But yeah, the only thing that's going to make sense here is Illuminati has already had a writer team. Okay, perfect here. Okay, so she had 1.48 million. She already had a writer team, which means her writers did all this and she was just a voice actor. It's most likely she had no idea who this person was, but she also probably didn't write her own script.
But Blair doesn't clarify that. She makes it sound like Blair was used as a source in the Tyra Banks video and therefore couldn't have copied Madison. It's this kind of like snake-like manipulative speak that we've seen threaded throughout this entire...
I'm not saying Illuminati is a manipulative psychopath. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the Cruel World Happy Mind one, at least initially from this point, kind of seems like a repeat of the Essence of Thought and Evangelina Scoff thing, and that obviously went way against Essence of Thought, who is basically doing what Cruel World did. But obviously, Essence of Thought is a different type of unreliable narrator.
Entire situation, and if you can't trust a deep dive channel to be factual and like recite the actual accounts of an event, then what do you do with them? We saw the actual DM. Madison wasn't asking for credit, nor is she...
She probably shouldn't have sent that DM in the first place, honestly.
She accusing Blair directly of stealing. She's asking to talk about it because some people in her audience were...
I understand what you're saying, Swoop, but the implication is she's accusing her of stealing it. That's the implication. It doesn't have to be the exact words, but that is the implication that's happening here.
Suggesting it. And what we now know is allegedly typical Blair fashion. She is instead talking to the internet to potentially slander somebody who has a concern with her instead of just talking.
Okay, but if she didn't mention the channel, then it's not going to be slander because no one's going to have any idea who the heck you're talking about.
It out.
Obviously, the first thing I did before even looking at her videos is I went to look at her sourcing list because I think that's really important is what do you use. And she had 5 sources. I have to use a pastebin document because I have anywhere 30 to 70.
Yeah, but here, Illuminati is obviously lying here because Illuminati doesn't even write her own stuff.
Sources per video. I don't play around. But she had like 5 sources. One was Wikipedia, one was BuzzFeed, one was like TMZ or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that those were not the sources and she's just making this up right here to make herself seem even better.
Yeah. And this is a really interesting take from Blair in general because now she's attacking Madison's credibility by saying Madison uses lesser or worse sources like...
I want to know though, could anyone trace this back to Madison? Did only Madison understand that this was targeted at her? Because if it was only Madison who knew, then no one else would have any idea it was her. So the only reason any of us would have found out would be Madison herself coming out and telling us it was her.
Like Wikipedia, which is funny to me since that's literally one of the first sources listed on Blair's Tyra Banks video.
Yeah, like I said, Blair doesn't write any of her own stuff, which is part of the problem.
Okay, let's just point that out. The truth is, someone noticed your video was a little similar to hers, asked you, and instead, you're smearing her. The f are we doing here, Blair?
And then she sits down for a video, maybe 30, 40 minutes long, drinks a coffee, is just...
Okay, that's a pretty funny coffee.
distracted the whole time, and just gives her opinion on how she feels about things. And
Oh, hi, sorry. Didn't know Blair was still prattling on about this.
And I said, you cannot believe for 1 second, ma'am, that I am copying you.
I guess what I'm curious about is, what are you fighting against? This is literally months.
It's just random YouTuber drama. This one just sounds like YouTuber nonsense drama. I don't know how this would tie in too much to what she was doing to the other two. Like, this has nothing to do really with how the click works and everything else.
After you allegedly copied elements of her video for the millionth time, you did not have to do this.
Okay, yeah, okay, sure. Illuminati definitely didn't have to do this, but drama YouTubers do this nonsense all the time. So I I don't see how this is like anything out of the ordinary here.
And then she deleted the DM after a couple days, but I kept the screenshot.
Yeah.
And I was like, I will remember this. I won't say anything, but I'll remember.
Oh, okay. That's where this is tying into. It's Illuminati and how she hoards she hoards basically data to use against people at a future date. I see.
I've screenshotted everyone.
It didn't take long for Madison to discover this podcast, and to put it lightly, she wasn't happy. So she made a video in response. This video actually has since been deleted, but most of it still exists in a stream that Tipster did.
Months and months ago, in June, a larger creator posted a video, and
Okay, so the whole reason we even found out about this little DM nonsense is because she made a response video, which my guess is Illuminati then threatened her after this. So this is where this is going, isn't it?
Started getting a ton of messages from people saying that this creator copied my video, saying they made a ton of similar points. So getting messages like that freaked me out.
I never straight up accused this creator, this larger creator, of copying me. On top of that, something I didn't...
Look, I know she didn't actually use the word accusation, but the fact that how she brought it up, it honestly sounded like she was implying it.
Mention in that video,
which is a problem.
And that this creator seems to conveniently also leave out of this whole story. There were no sources on this person's video. The only thing it had in the description was, in parentheses, sources coming soon.
Sources coming soon. Okay, then I know for a fact Illuminati didn't write this video. This had to be done by her writers.
Sources coming soon? What happened to that 60s, 70s source paste bin, Blair? Ah! Now, to be fair, those sources are for sure up on that video now, conveniently, but by Madison's account, discovering that was the last straw. A rational take from Madison here. The truth is the anti-MLM community and commentary community have a lot of overlap, and the vast majority of the time we're covering, the same or similar topics because there's a huge public interest for those specific topics.
Yeah, people like listening to horrible companies and why we shouldn't, sponsor or deal with PETA or some other random crazy corporation that's only in it for money. Yeah, it's fun to listen to those, but saying you can monopolize any specific resource is ridiculous.
Opinions are going to overlap, and research as well. I've done a topic that someone else did and vice versa. That's literally how the world of journalism and commentary work, and the more coverage of the same topic, great. The important stories get told, which is like the most important thing. We all become more educated.
And guess what? If YouTube was free and none of this had anything to do with money, most of this would not be a problem.
And it raises all ships in the ocean, as Legal Eagle mentioned at the beginning. And I think it's really funny that we're this far into this doc, and I'm just now realizing I don't think Blair actually knows what plagiarism is. Anyways, it turns out that Blair didn't just talk on a podcast.
For some reason, this message made this larger creator think it's okay to go on a podcast and spread completely false information, as well as try and spread a...
Here's the thing, though. Blair may have put out that information, but she didn't mention this channel. She didn't mention Cruel World Happy Mind's channel. She implied it, but if Cruel World Happy Mind was the only one who actually posted that and she didn't tell anyone else about it, no one would have had any idea that it was her channel. Because Blair, at that point, had copied hundreds of channels. So people would be like, I don't know. But because this video was made, then it was able to link it.
Lie about me on
like how
her
Tipster
Instagram
has the video.
story. They first said, I can't believe a creator posted a video yesterday accusing me of copying them, which this is what I said in the video. You don't have ownership of a video topic, and that's something I've learned at this point. Right. And honestly, it's good if someone covers a topic that you've covered. Then this person makes another Instagram story, and this is where it gets really weird and really shocking. This person makes another Instagram story where they say something along the lines of alluding to the fact that I'm untrustworthy because my profile shows up on a website that's supposedly about buying YouTube bots. Do you think I'm...
Oh, okay. That just sounds like Illuminati is now sub-botting against this person. Okay, now it's becoming a little bit more personal, isn't it?
I would put my profile on a public site and then buy bots.
But what is it with Blair accusing?
If you ever buy bots for your channel, do it under a different email. I don't know.
Other creators of inorganic growth so often? Like, what's the deal with the paranoia? And why is it any of her
Honestly, YouTube doesn't care if you have 100,000 subscribers because it doesn't matter. If you put out garbage video and only 300 people watch the video, well, guess what? It's not going to go anywhere. You're each individual set of metrics. So CPM, RPM, and I don't know, what's the thing that shows how many times a video has been seen? Those are each individually unique for every single video. And people, for some reason, think, if your channel has a high CPM and RPM, that's all that matters. No, it's each individual video that matters. You can have low CPMs and low RPMs on certain videos and high ones on others, and that's all that matters. And people think it's the whole channel that matters. No, it doesn't. My channel is like a 50-cent CPM, but I've got plenty of videos that have $6 CPM and $6 CPM and RPM or whatever the heck it is. And I've got plenty that have like 0.0005 cents. But yeah, no, those are like the meat candy videos, which are heavily limited because of let's just put it this way. YouTube doesn't like to do ads on those videos.
Business. Like, again, I keep coming back to a pretty simple conclusion. Blair seems to be a very jealous, envious person and has been catty enough to try
that's true.
and tear down honest creators for the sake of feeding her insecurities and jealousy.
There are honest creators on YouTube? I don't know where.
Allegedly. What I think makes it even worse is how Madison still tried to make things right with Blair. According to that video, Madison sent out at least 2 other longer messages trying to clear things up with Blair.
Right. Which, by the way, Blair just probably screenshotted and put into a folder.
She says, hey, I think I need to clear some things up with you. Obviously, you see my above message from the time everything took place. I explained that situation because I found the DMs with the other creator to be bizarre, but if you watch the video, I never accuse you of stealing. A few people sent me messages about it and I got scared, but I realized that I literally don't have ownership over a topic, and that's a stupid way to think. But I'd love to chat it out because though you may believe differently, I really wanted the drama to stop, so let's talk.
I mean,
she shouldn't have posted that. She should have just ignored it and moved on.
I mean, in my opinion, even when Madison is rightfully pissed in her video, she is still coming off as, very sweet and considerate.
That's not how YouTubers see it, though, Swoop. Swoop, the problem is a lot of YouTubers will see this as an attack on their channel, no matter what of how it sounds. It could be the nicest sounding drivel no matter what, and they're going to take it as an attack against their channel. That's how it works.
Of Blair's feelings,
especially
which
if
really
money's
makes
involved.
this next part so much worse.
Illuminaughtii starts tweeting. She was tweeting about doing a live stream on Twitch debunking some claims made against her, and a lot of people knew exactly what this was.
Yeah, so at this point it's too late. If Cruel World Happy Mind had never made that video, no one would have been able to link these two together. And now that Illuminaughtii had the problem at this point is, now that they're linked together, then you have Illuminaughtii's 1.4 million subscribers against, I think she had like 20,000 subscribers at that point. That's where the problem came into play.
She was going to respond to the allegations made by this smaller creator.
Let me put something in perspective really quickly. At the time Blair tweeted this, Madison had around 68,000 subscribers.
Okay, so she was actually much bigger than I thought. 68,000, still pretty decent size.
Subscribers. Okay, our girl was leveling up. We love a homegrown success story. It is
I want to be at 68,000 subscribers. Maybe if I do real videos.
It is a hard workout in these streets, girl. Trust me, I know. However, Blair had 751,000 subscribers. So with nearly 10 times as many followers.
I mean, how many of those people? So let's say she was subbotting, by the way. Let's say 250,000 of those are fake. All right, so she's only at 500,000 subscribers. How many of those are actually active subscribers? Maybe half that or less. Maybe 125,000 are active subscribers at any one point. That's still a decent enough amount of people to basically create a huge drama about. But I don't know. It just depends. A lot of her subscribers don't actually care about drama. They just care about her MLM videos.
Followers.
They don't
Blair
care what's actually going on in the background.
Down, basically threatening to dogpile on a much smaller creator over a beef that, to be honest, she basically started herself. I don't care how you paint it, this is bullying, and by punching down looks a whole lot like abuse of power, especially since there is
that's just YouTube. Let's face it. Lots of people punch down or try punching up. Tommy C is a perfect channel that punches up all the time and just creates insane levels of drama with massive YouTubers. And it's a lot of times Tommy C's fault. Okay. Does he care? Absolutely not. But that doesn't matter.
Zero evidence that Madison ever directly named Blair throughout this entire controversy. Now, immediately following this, Madison deleted her video talking about the controversy, and shortly after that, Blair posted this thread to Twitter where she said, "Just got off the phone after a 3-hour convo with Madison, and I'm very happy that we were able to finally talk and resolve our issues privately. Ultimately, there was a series of misunderstandings from both sides. We have worked those out to stop the escalation."
Yeah, my guess is Illuminati threatened to do a massive expose on her and basically forced her to delete stuff.
Of any drama. She will be removing her part about me in a video she recently did. In return, I will not do the planned live stream on her. I'd forgive you for thinking this seems like two creators putting aside their differences.
I mean, do most people care? Probably not. Is Illuminati in the wrong here? Maybe. I mean, this one's hard for me because a lot of YouTuber drama is literal nonsense and both sides are in the wrong in certain ways in this case. And you can definitely paint Cruel World Happy Mind as the more innocent sounding party here, but a lot of this never would have escalated if they wouldn't have messaged her in the first place about literally nonsense of copying the topic of anything. That doesn't make any sense. This is literally something that never needed to happen, and this was honestly, I think, Cruel World Happy Mind's fault. At least the start of. Doesn't matter if Illuminati came out, swinging down with a boulder, but yeah, I don't know. This one's a little iffy on my take on that one.
Is for some kind of greater good. On Madison, yeah, sure. I think that's what Madison was trying to do all along. It's definitely how Blair wants you to view the situation, and as a passive observer.
I welcome anyone in the comment section to give me information that's missing from this video, because I'm sure a bunch of stuff is missing, especially in the Cruel World Happy Mind section. But just the way it's kind of worded in this part of the video, it just seems like none of it needed to happen.
Where you might see these tweets and think, oh, cool, and move on. This isn't two creators putting their differences aside. This is a creator, Blair, who has very much shown herself to have the thinnest skin imaginable, taking offense.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But a lot of YouTubers are exactly like Blair, so that's not even, there's nothing even remotely unique about this situation.
To not only an accusation, but a possibility that she did something wrong. She built up this imaginary boogeyman in her head of the big, bad, lazy Madison who...
Her name's Illuminati. Of course she's a paranoid whack job.
Sips coffee and giggles
Allegedly.
about MLMs in badly edited videos, and presented that character to the world with her whole chest. And when the real Madison rightfully got upset about this, Blair doubled down and threatened to expose Madison in a live stream to over 700,000 people.
Yeah, but only like 10,000 would actually have been on that live stream. There's no way 700,000 people would ever have been on that live stream. No one cares.
Which would have weaponized her following against Madison.
Okay, she would have weaponized her hardcore parasocial following. I probably have 3 parasocial followers maybe at this point. But none of them are going to go and fight a battle on my behalf. But yeah, I mean, she might have weaponized maybe 10,000 people, not 700,000. That's not how that works.
And power abuse. I mean, I don't know about you, but it smells a lot like, kind of like blackmail, doesn't it? Now, I'm not directly saying that Blair blackmailed Madison into delete.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Her video and dropping the subject. I wasn't there. What I am saying is that Blair tweeted that she was gonna live stream about a small creator, and that creator then deleted their video and stopped talking about Blair. Funny.
I mean, that's smart. That's the only option she really had. Is it a stupid thing that people can do on YouTube? Absolutely. Are people gonna stop doing it on YouTube? No. Is there a way to combat it really? No. Unfortunately, there isn't. You can't really you can't really call YouTube up and be like, this person's being mean to me. I was you know, mean to them a little bit in a DM, and now they're going to make a whole channel about me. No, people do this nonsense all the time. Some people will literally create 100 videos on another person because they can. Even if it just doesn't make sense, they'll just bash them about every little thing, and YouTube does not care.
How that works. Real quick, Madison, if you ever see this, I hope you feel validated in what happened to you. You didn't deserve any of this ridiculous treatment. I haven't seen much of your work, but I've seen like a couple of pieces that you've done, and I think you're great. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I feel like your integrity really shines through.
Yeah, Cruel World Happy Mind has an excellent channel. You should definitely go subscribe to her. I'm just saying that this is complicated, but I think that a lot of it would have been avoided if she just ignored her own viewers.
And you just, yeah, we love to have people like you on this platform. Now, the story of Madison and Blair happened 2 years ago in YouTube times that, you know, may as well have been the 1820s. So
yeah, pretty much. Ancient history is what I'm reacting to right now.
Both of them moved on after
this.
Now 4
Madison
years
moved
on to bigger and better things, cleaner videos, and a much higher subscriber count. And Blair moved on to allegedly over every friend she's ever made. Character growth. Yeah, and that story would have just stopped there. And then FPS Diesel interviewed Madison about this situation.
Reached out to Madison, and she hasn't spoken on it, but she did give me permission to share our email exchange. So let's go over what happened after this video. We spoke on the phone for 2 hours or so. To be fair, overall, it was a good call, where Blair wasn't screaming at me or calling me names, though she went into a lot of information that wasn't really necessary on the call, and I'm not sure why. She told me about the history she had with other content creators who tried to, quote-unquote, ruin her career, according to her. She said she...
Okay, so this is her basically saying that she's keeping dirt on people.
Had 6 other businesses apart from her main channel, told me sensitive information about her own health and past health scares, etc. At times, it felt like she was trying to, quote, mentor me on the call. At times, it felt like she wanted to sympathize with her. And at times, she had made some vague, threatening statements. Included during the call that it seemed that Blair has a tendency to fixate on a very few specific people in the commentary world and feel a lot of hate and vitriol towards those people, especially if she felt they wronged her. I tried to reach out to her privately about it.
Probably talking about the Tommy C stuff.
But instead of responding, she went on a podcast and publicly talked shit about how stupid it was that I thought she copied me. It's a little funny, I guess, the hypocritical nature of it all. Maybe karma does exist.
Madison, hi. That's the good kind of petty. Welcome to the family, friend. Welcome to Petty University, aka honorary doctorate. Give this woman her flowers.
I mean, that is petty, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
After the interview with FPS, this situation with Madison went from being a minor footnote in Blair's YouTube career to the full cycle defining experience of her life here, which leaves me with one question.
We also decided that based on how the past few weeks went, every month.
When I looked at the little thing from Cruel World Happy Mind, it looks like Blair almost attempted to dox her or threatened her with doxing. So if that's what happened in that case, I would say definitely that part of that phone call was definitely sketchy as heck and meant to intimidate and to get her to back down. But other than that, the rest of my view stands.
We'll vote on which one of us gets kicked off the show.
Blair, how do you think it's okay to just ignore holding yourself accountable on any front to these people? Literally.
Do you not know how YouTube works, Swoop? Everyone holds themselves to almost zero accountability on this platform. The exception is if you actually get banned on here, you move to Kick, where there's even less accountability, if any.
Literally every single instance you've been called out for throughout the history of your channel. Like, you've come close to taking the L and moving on, but always, always you left a little friendly fire before you go. You know, it can't just be your fault that you got called out for allegedly plagiarizing Madison. It's her fault for being a lazy creator. It can't just be your fault that Tommy C got effed over. Instead, you allegedly make up that he made fun of you for having cancer. You know.
Okay, what? I guess we missed that part. Jeez.
You didn't allegedly stalk the clique. He's a P-word sympathizer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, though. I'm like, this is my tinfoil hat theory. Those 2 accounts in that channel were planted by her during the only time she knew he'd be sleeping.
And a racist. Wonder is a lazy, crazy ass. Like, it's never you, it's always them. Now, as of this video, it doesn't look like the Illuminati saga is anywhere close to being complete. Seemingly every...
She's right. This video is like a year old, and something just recently came out 10 days ago.
Every day new videos are released about Blair containing new allegations of her being a bad person. On May 25th, 2023, the leftist mafia also announced that they were parting ways with Blair effective immediately.
No, basically we had to decide whether one specific member, Blair, aka Illuminati, was going to stay with the show after these videos.
I guess Lance defended her like crazy, and it really backfired.
Came out. It wasn't all that. Some of those, some of the issues were very serious. So as of today, the leftist mafia is Mike Figueredo, David Dole, Ole, Lance, and me, Matt Binder. And that's it.
And ever since the Illuminati exposed video was released, Blair went silent. Her once massive subreddit has gone private. Her Discord is deleting any references of the, quote, drama when it gets brought up, and people are getting banned if they even have a simple question. Blair has, however, posted
That's the only option she has at this point.
11 new videos in just 3 weeks to YouTube, which I can pretty confidently say
I'm surprised she didn't delete the response
it has
video.
a lot to do with her having to fulfill sponsorship contracts.
Oh, that's a good point. If she has sponsors, she was forced to do it. Although I think sponsors pretty much all dropped her at this point, which is probably why she's suing.
Tracks that have deadlines, and likely hoping that the controversy will fade away before her agency or sponsors find out what has been happening.
Guess what? It hasn't faded away. It keeps going and going and going.
Listen, Blair, I think a lot of people just wish you would take the pyramid off your head for a moment. Some of what you're being accused of is unethical and dishonest at best and downright criminal at worst. It goes far beyond being a bad friend or, petty YouTube drama. It's a history of...
The NDA stuff is definitely probably not enforceable. Apparently, there's some crazy nonsense with Oz Media, which I haven't seen too much of, but it has something to do with the house, and maybe he may have been coerced into a shark lender type loan deal with her, and so that seems to be even worse than normal.
Manipulation, lies, alleged criminal behavior, stalking, and just downright being a terrible person.
Oh yeah, Illuminati is a terrible person. There are a lot of terrible people on YouTube.
Masquerading as a progressive champion of marginalized communities. Like I always say, it's not drama, it's dangerous. And
it's dangerous, but it's still drama.
I want to stress that these are still mostly allegations, but they're well-documented allegations. Tommy C will probably be the first person to admit that he doesn't have the most popular takes on anything. And frankly, in my opinion, well, whatever, I'm gonna leave that alone, but...
That's probably smart. Tommy's takes are interesting, and they're kind of all over the board. I wouldn't even say he's super far right or anything. He's more center right, I guess. But he does a lot of stuff all over the board, so he's kind of all over the place.
He put it best when he said, you don't believe in left issues or right issues, you just believe in YouTube. And you did everything in your power, it seems, to make sure that YouTube believed in YouTube above all else.
It's not that she believes in YouTube. She believes in money that YouTube makes, and that's it. That's all that matters to her. And that's all that matters to a lot of creators. And any creator that says otherwise and is monetized is probably lying.
Go ahead and search your name on YouTube right now, Blair. Congratulations, you made it. Everybody's talking about you. I hope it was worth what has happened with your friends. I hope it was worth it. And that's where my script ended.
I don't know if she even pops up at the top of search histories anymore.
On the morning of May 26, 2023. I was ready to give this one a reset, close all of my Illuminati tabs on Chrome, tell y'all I could do a follow-up if there are any updates, and I closed my script around 9:30 a.m. West Coast time, rubbed my eyes, logged into Twitter, and I shit you not, at 9:32 a.m., 2 damn minutes later, something interesting happened.
Oh,
quote, "Hey everyone, I am fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying the situation." I
checked that when I split this video up, and It hasn't changed. It's still the same. Nothing else has been posted.
Promptly and appropriately.
For like a year.
I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process.
I should have started my channel and only done Illuminati stuff for the last year. Versus reacting to all this fun nerdcore stuff from like the Stupendium.
Rest assured that I am taking decisive action to address the situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Remember the segment earlier where I discussed the manipulative tactic called Darvo? Remember how I cited Jennifer J. Frade, PhD, professor of psychology, who is the literal person who coined the term Darvo, saying the perpetuator or offender may deny the behavior, attack the individual doing the confronting, and reverse the roles of victim and offender such that the perpetrator assumes the victim role and turns the true victim or the whistleblower into an alleged offender. Well, look what just happened on May 27th. Wonder posted this. Quote, Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, just sent me a cease and desist for speaking out against.
Yeah, so NDAs, for instance, can't stop abuse allegations. That's not how that works.
Her abuse. I will not be silenced. Yeah, that's happening right now. And you know what other guy in her life has said something similar about being silenced?
All three of them
her
are in lawsuits
ex-boyfriend, Azothan, 4 years ago. Quote, to keep public track of events, Illuminaughtii just called my home phone to threaten me. This is after fabricating felony claims. I am done remaining silent. And let's not forget that Azothan was also threatened with legal action.
She would then go on to publicly brag about scaring me into silence with these actions. And this video is being made now due to her once again believing that she can try to inspire fear and compliance through threats, frivolous litigation, and intimidation.
Instead of me giving
Yeah, apparently she's really good at frivolous litigation.
my thoughts, let me cite the professionals.
I guess
For
we'll see.
Darvo to occur, a power imbalance must exist. It is most effective when the abuser has more social capital than the survivor. If the abuser is a member of a dominant group and the survivor is a member of a disenfranchised group, generally the survivor is less likely to be believed. People who are likely candidates.
Yeah, okay. Darvo can work fairly well against smaller YouTube creators when a big YouTube creator is in power because of the subscriber, the subscribers willing to believe your side over a smaller channel's side and then go attack them for it. Yeah, okay. Darvo is probably used a lot more on YouTube than most people think then.
For Darvo are survivors who confront their abuser, whistleblowers, and socially vulnerable individuals or groups. Something tells me this is just the beginning, so hey, maybe let's just let Blair respond to her own allegations right here.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves.
To be fair, even though this is Illuminati talking, it's definitely not her words.
And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
Just as you said, Blair. Class dismissed. Okay, I need the biggest kitty cleansers. Just pile all the kitties on my screen to cleanse my palette after this. The sweet little billing department babies, they are so cute. They refresh my soul. Remember, y'all can grab your petty university apparel.
So I will do more Swoop videos, as well as more, and I'm not going to release these every day because I like to talk, okay? So I can turn a 2-hour video into a 5-hour video. Which, if anyone makes it through this, I'm sorry. I will do, but I will definitely do these deep dives at least maybe once a week or so on top of the regular fun stuff that we normally do. Like internet historian videos are fantastic and they're like 20 minutes long. Whereas, you know, these are huge videos. I really like this video. I really like Swoop. This was a lot of fun. Illuminati's a character, we'll say. The Azothan part was a little weird to me because that seemed to be like edited in very specific ways. And then more importantly, the Cruel World Happy Mind stuff is interesting, very interesting because she basically was like a nicer version of kind of how the Essence of Thought drama played out. like everyone took Evangelina Skov's side because you can't own screenshots because it doesn't make sense. Whereas, and these are different scenarios, but it's the same concept. And I think a lot of people, it's not that they understand how plagiarism and fair use and all this nonsense works, because the majority of us don't. None of us have really law degrees. And for the most part, reaction content and similar type content is totally fine on YouTube. Regardless of what creators want, it's totally a fine thing. And that's unfortunately kind of how it works. I just find that section was a little odd because none of it needed to happen from Cruel World Happy Mind standpoint, because all she needed to do was not listen to her subscribers. When your subscribers are telling you something that another channel is doing, ignore them. Don't even go look at it. Don't even ever check it. Just ignore it and keep moving forward. Do the Sunny V2 approach, because otherwise you're just going to hurt yourself in the long run, even if you're the bigger channel. It's just going to cause more drama stuff for the drama channels to farm, which is a waste of time for your channel. So anyway, it was a very interesting video. We'll definitely check out more Illuminati stuff if you guys want to see it. I might react to it anyway, but we'll see. But yeah, other than that, I guess have a good day, everyone.